Ngozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update. Sincere apologies for the late start. Nigeria will establish 500 compressed natural gas refueling stations nationwide over the next 3 years as part of plans to accelerate the shift to cheaper, cleaner fuels. The move follows an agreement between the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund and China's Endurance Group to set up a new special purpose vehicle CNG auto mobility infrastructure company backed by the MDGIF, the Bank of Industry, Endurance Group, and Secure Investment Partners. The SPV will deploy integrated CNG stations, expand gas supply infrastructure, and operate CNG LNG transport trucks that will serve as a virtual pipeline across all states. Government officials said the rollout will help eliminate long queues at existing stations, stabilize transport costs, and reduce dependence on imported petrol and diesel, especially after subsidy removal. With over 200 trillion cubic feet of proven gas reserves, the initiative is expected to strengthen energy security, deepen the adoption of gas-powered vehicles, support the presidential CNG initiative, and create new jobs across domestic gas value chain. Now, the World Bank says Nigeria could lift up to 13.9 million people out of poverty by adopting a structured 20,000 naira monthly cash transfer program, warning that current safety net schemes are too small, weakly targeted, and underfunded to make real impact. According to its report, only 44% of benefits currently reach the poor, and the existing interventions are too fragmented and inefficient to cushion households facing inflation and declining purchasing power. Simulations in the report show that increasing spending and improving delivery could dramatically reduce poverty, with scenarios indicating that 2.4 trillion naira annually, about 1.2% of the GDP, will deliver strongest results. The bank urged the federal government to treat safety nets as long-term investments rather than temporary relief, noting that broader coverage is more effective than high benefits for fewer households. It warned that millions remain below the poverty line because Nigeria's welfare system is too limited in scale and execution. While the government plans digital transfer to 15 million households, the report argues that short funding cycles and targeted gaps weaken the program's impact. The World Bank recommended urgent reforms, increase funding and expand coverage, and raise benefit levels to make cash transfer meaningful. Now, stakeholders in Nigeria's capital market have urged state and local governments to set up strong debt management offices and issue long-term bonds to fund major infrastructural projects. Speaking at the Investment Banking Awards in Lagos, Phoenix Global Capital Markets MD Rotimi Oyeka said subnationals must expand their participation in the capital market and adopt a long-tenor financing, arguing that structured bond issuance backed by proper liquidity planning, striking fund rules, and professional DMOs would unlock significant investor capital. The event also celebrated industry leaders with Chapel Hill, Denham, Coronation, Merchant Banks, and Stanbic IBTC Capital among winners across equity, debt, and M&A categories. Industry leaders noted that macroeconomic indicators, lower inflation, falling interest rates, and a more stable exchange rate create favorable conditions for state-level borrowing. From Iron President like Chioke said states like Lagos have shown that fiscal discipline and regulatory compliance can attract pension fund investments, adding that 20 trillion naira managed by the PFAs represent a large pool of capital for well-prepared subnational. The Iron leadership reaffirmed its commitment to deepening market integrity, while experts urged government to clean up their books and leverage current economic momentum to raise long-term funds for infrastructural development. Now, the United States Subcommittee on Africa will hold an open hearing on November 20th, 2025 to examine President Donald Trump's redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern over alleged religious persecution. The designation, if approved by the Senate, could trigger sanctions, restrict aid, and reshape United States-Nigeria's relations. Senior United States officials, including Jonathan Pratt and Jacob McGee, alongside Nigerian religious leaders, are scheduled to testify on violence against Christian communities and potential policy responses. Trump has repeatedly claimed that Christians face an existential threat in Nigeria, even suggesting possible military action. Claims President Bola Tinubu dismissed as misrepresentation of Nigeria's religious landscape. The hearing comes amid intense global attention, with the United States lawmakers divided over the severity of the crisis and the appropriateness of American intervention, while some, like Rep. Riley Moore, insist that Nigeria faces widespread Christian persecution. Others, such as Rep. Bill Huizenga, downplayed the likelihood of military intervention, favoring sanctions instead. International voices include Pope Leo XIV have also expressed concern over attacks on worshippers in Nigeria. Back home, the Tinubu administration has launched peace efforts in Plateau State, mediating local disputes and engaging Christian and Fulani leaders in a bid to ease rising tensions, according to reports. Now, President Donald Trump has removed tariffs on more than 200 food products, including beef, after rising United States grocery prices triggered public concern. The affected items account for about 25% of New Zealand's export to the United States, valued at roughly 2.21 billion New Zealand dollars annually. New Zealand welcomed the move, saying that it would ease pressure on exporters who have faced months of uncertainty and higher costs. New Zealand's Trade Minister Todd McClay called the decision a positive step, but stressed that it has only a partial rollback as other reciprocal tariffs remain in place. He said the United States-New Zealand trading relationship is balanced and urged Washington to remove the remaining tariff to restore full stability for exporters. Thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it. And business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWash Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chifuche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency For the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hello and welcome to your regular breakfast show. This is SBL, and this is where you want to be this beautiful Monday morning. Hope you enjoyed your weekend on your neck of the wood, from your neck of the wood. Wherever it is you're catching us from, I want to say welcome to this beautiful, beautiful week that is going to be very productive and blessed for you, us, and everyone around. We here on SOUQ News Television want to say thank you very much for being a wonderful part of the production thus far. We still have a long way to go. So, hey, join us, be part of us, be in the history. So tomorrow when we talk about this television, we'll remember you and say, yes, this particular client of ours, this particular person was there. So, hey, go to all our social media handles and follow us. SOUQ News Television, not difficult. Just click follow, like, then share. Let's continue our conversations every time we are on and off air. Today we'll be looking at things that really get to bother us. Why are states owing pensions? as we speak right now, some states are owing more than they are even generating in revenue. And that is really something we should bother ourselves about. We also get to talk about what's happening with Dangote and this advert that cropped up sometime during the week and somebody saying they're going to supply fuel to your doorstep. That sounds funny, but it's also in the news. What's happening in the capital market? SBL will talk about it. Trump never ceases to leave the news. Bitcoin is going up, Bitcoin is going down. There's a whole lot to bring down on Bear today on SBL. So say, hey, stay there, don't go anywhere. This is where you should be. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I'm not alone here today. I am privileged to be with the knight himself. Olumide, good morning.
Happy New Week, SOUQ. John Rogers, good morning. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. I am Olumide Shokoya. I just love the sound of Monday, coffee, business, economy, development, seriousness, no nonsense.
And money to be made. Hey, don't go anywhere. We'll go on a very short break, and once we return, our first story will be right in your face. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Yes, welcome back. This is SBL. We are also privileged to have, as our part of the table today is no longer a guest on this particular production. Your Excellencies, join me as I welcome Amin Mukhtar. He's joining us all the way across oceans and missing sleep. Amin, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning to you, sir.
Okay. Cheer up. We know the Eagles lost yesterday, but cheer up. It's one of those sad events. But hey, cheer up. Let's talk money and let's talk business. Welcome on the show today.
Right, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, good. Now let's get straight and tell you our first story we'll be talking about, and it has to do with Northern State. 4 of them, they owe more in pensions and gratuity than they earn. Like you had that right. Kaduna State, Benue State, Adamawa State, and Taraba State, they are facing a severe fiscal crisis that threatens the survival of their pension systems. Now, according to budget, that 2025 State of States report, these 4 states collectively owe over 206 billion in pension and gratuity. Now, a sum that far exceeds their total 2024 internally generated revenue of 127.98 billion. Now, this is rare, troubling, and is an imbalance. It highlights years of poor financial planning and a chronic over-reliance on federal allocations. This pension debt crisis is a nationwide issue, exposing the fragility of states' finances across Nigeria. Now, according to this 2024 analysts, now this reveals that 28 states collectively owe retirees 626.81 billion, while only 8 states, Akwa Ibom, Abia State, Ebonyi, Borno, Nasarawa, Kebbi, Jigawa, and Kano, have managed to stay current on their obligation. These states demonstrate disciplined fiscal planning by ensuring their revenue streams are properly aligned with statutory payments to retirees. The problem persists even in states with very strong internal revenues. You heard that right. For instance, Ogun and Edo states have arrears of 81.54 billion and 57.92 billion respectively. The human cost is severe, and as lamented by YD Oloyede, chairman of the National Union of Pensions in Ogun State, who reported that many retirees face severe hardship. Sadly, some die before receiving their rightful benefits. This underscores that strong revenue generation does not automatically translate to the fiscal responsibility needed to honor pension commitments. Olumide, let's. Well, as we speak, Lagos is not out of the waters.
Yes, I'm surprised Lagos is not part of Ogun and the other states.
Lagos is still not out of the waters. Why? There are only 8 states that are out of the waters, and Lagos is not part of it. But they don't owe they're not in deep waters like other states. That is now the question. How? Why?
I think it's now put yourself in these retirees or these pensioners. You worked 30 to 35 years, and a statutory amount is deducted every month from your salary, hoping that when you grow old, if you don't have children who are well, successful breadwinners who would, buy you a house and all that, you could fall back on your pension. Because I remember my mom used to say while growing up that she's not waiting for her children to give her anything, that she's, trying to, as much as possible, to invest in pension and all that. So after that, hoping that you will get your pension and you don't get it, it's a lack of trust. There's trust deficit, because how would people begin to even put their hopes or their trust that, okay, when I finish, when I retire, I'll be able to get my pension? It boils down on accountability. It boils down on responsibility, because if a state is actually responsible to its citizens, it will not, whether you are owing or whether you don't owe, debt is debt. It should be paid. And I feel, and I've seen these things whereby there was a time in your state where pensioners had to go and sit down in front of the state secretariat. They sat down there. We've also seen even retired security agencies, police officers, coming out to protest for their pension. It's quite sad. And to think that they are collecting money from the federal allocation and they are not even being responsible enough to, what you call them, older citizens, or how, there's a name they give them. It's disturbing. And I feel we need to start taking this thing serious. So what can we do? What can be done now? I feel that in as much as people expect to get their 30 or after 30 or 35 years to get their pension, these pension administrators, why not take this money, invest it?
What have they been doing before? If you take this money and invest it, what have they been doing before? They've been taking it and looting it?
I can't speak for them.
You can't.
I can't. But invest it. Put it into good use. You hear governors come in, governors go out, and they say, oh, I met debt, I met this, I met that, I met that. I remember when Oyo State governor came, he cleared the pension arrears and all that. Some other state governors did that. Kudos to them. Continue that. But I feel it's mind-boggling why a state governor would finish his tenure and not pay pension and leave it for the next person to come in. It's cruel. I don't know if this might be cruel if a state governor does not pay pension. I believe he himself should not collect any arrears after leaving office. Maybe if we start to enact those kind of laws, maybe some of these governors, they will sit up.
Okay. Let's come to you. For this particular 4 northern states, they owe more than their internally generated revenue. Do you think that is not something we should be calling people to, hey, this should be a crime by now? It's not as if maybe it's a promissory note. It's deductions that were made from people's allowances and salaries. And over time, you can't manage it and you can't pay. Should we start turning this into a crime and people should be charged for it?
It is mind-boggling what we see in our country, especially in the northern part of the country. And is very, very sad. Internal generated revenue is still taken lightly in the northern part of the country. The governors simply rely on the federal allocation. The governors, they barely do anything to improve the economy of the state, because internally generated revenue is not simply just taxing local businesses. It's about policies and stimulation of investments to bring investments to the state. When there is investment, there is businesses that government can actually tax, and policies that protects the local businesses. So what we've seen in the northern part of the country is the governors just getting into the government house and relying on federal allocation and employing as many people as possible into the civil service. And that is why what we've seen today, so much backlog of pensioners, because administrations after administrations, they just see the government as a pause to just give people money. So when you go to the northern part of the country, you see people that draw salaries from the government that never do any job. They don't leave their house. Young people that are as young as 15, 16 years old, because we have friends in the north. So they just see it as an opportunity to just put everybody's name in the payroll and just let them draw salary. So one, the government don't see as a form of as a responsibility to pay pensions, because they feel like most of these people are never part of the workforce in the first place, and they did not contribute any value to the government. That being said, that's like ghost working. Everybody in Nigeria is familiar with ghost working. In the past few years, in the southern part of Nigeria, governments from different states have made efforts to weed out ghost working, but in the north, it's still in full effect. Now, that being said, the governors in the north, they need to wake up. We can give recognition and, talk about few governors like the Malam Sule of Nasarawa State. Within the last 2 years, he has brought investments close to about $500 million to Nasarawa State. There's a lithium plant going on there. There's a industrial farm too by Olam in Nasarawa State. We hope that other governors in the north will do the same thing and stop seeing the civil service as a scheme for conditional cash transfer, because governments year in, year out, they just see the opportunity of being in the government house to just put people from their political group into the civil service without thinking of how they can valuably contribute to the state. And pensions just keep piling. The conversations that we should be having about pension in Nigeria at this point is how we can increase the pension wage. In Nigeria, some pensioners still earn as low as 2,000, 3,000 naira a month because of the drastic inflation that has happened to the naira. So this conversation that we're supposed to be having now is how we can increase pension, have a livable pension wage. We should not be talking about pensions being whole at this time. But we cannot address that.
Hold on, I mean, you said something about what we get to see in the north, like majorly a scheme where we have conditional cash transfer. But now, theirs is major, theirs is massive. But right now, we still have 28 states that are all in this loop. So it's not, yes, theirs is serious, but we still have 28 states, even some here in the south, Lagos not excluded. Though theirs is not like that serious like what we have outside Lagos. How can we start holding pension administrators, both those that operate the services as business and those within the government, responsible, and also the politicians that also take charge of this state? How can we start holding them accountable? Because we've seen count days without number, years without number. By the time the people in government are leaving, we see what their pensions and gratuity is like. Whereas those that really work in the civil service within those states, this is what they have to grapple with. How can we start holding them accountable?
Our leadership selection should improve. We need to really, really improve. There has to be serious dialogues with our leaders aspiring to, for elective offices. Electorate needs to have serious conversation with people that want to lead them, like the way we see in the Western world. So that, it's supposed to be like a job interview. It shouldn't be, a case where politicians just come and promise and promise and promise few things and, throw few money and food stuff at us and then we vote. And, or people sell their votes on the election day. Electorate needs to take this seriously. And we need to ask critical questions and election debates should come back. It should be a thing. Because what we see is that, without mentioning names, we know them. We see people that are not fit to hold electoral offices in high offices that have no idea of what to do when they get there. And they just simply see the government's treasury as a Santa's, a Santa's checkbook to just do whatever they want to do. Are you there?
Yes, we are here. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, so they just see the government's treasury as, a Santa's checkbook from Father Christmas to do whatever, they can do. We are not seeing innovative reforms and ideas across the country. Only few states are championing this. As a matter of fact, we even see states where through political vindictive or revenge, they drive away investment from the states. So you see a governor come in and they don't care if the states lose big investments just because maybe the company backed another candidate in the election. They do that too, and they lose valuable investments in billions. Their citizens lose their jobs. So we, the electorate, we need to take ourselves more seriously. We need to ask more questions. We have to interview the people that wants to run the affair of the state because it is our collective resources. And whoever is in charge should be somebody that is one of the best amongst us, not simply just somebody that can buy our conscience or, somebody that is from our tribe or from our local government.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. Let's get this way. Now we see states that internally generated revenue is high. They are doing well there, yet they are not responsible enough to meet these obligations. Edo State, Ogun State, Rivers State. Why?
Like I said earlier on, I think we need, in as much as I don't like the kind of punishment that is being given in China towards corrupt leaders and the rest of them, I do not.
Why don't you like it?
That's too extreme. But I feel that.
How extreme is it?
Death.
Okay. So, do you know how many pensioners died in Abuja? So waiting for their military pension.
What I'm proposing now is for every governor that comes into the administration, halt all his gratuities. Halt everything. If he makes, at the end of every tenure, there should be a review, an audit of his 4 years or 8 years. If he pays pension, fine. If he does not pay pension, withhold all his gratuities. I think.
But they don't need it.
Well, they don't need it. Of course, they don't need it. It boils down to responsibility and accountability. Are they actually accountable to the state? Are they actually accountable to the citizens of that state? Because if you don't see pension as some form of responsibility, then what are you doing?
Okay. Mukhtar brought up this part of argument where he optioned and opinionated that a lot of the people that are employed in the North are majorly on political ground. And so those that employ them don't see them as, we should not spend money on gratuity because, well, we brought these people in the first place. Now, what about those that are really working? What about the real civil servants? Don't you think this is going to affect them too, if we go by that route?
Whether they're employed politically, there's a constitution that says a certain amount will be deducted from the salary as pension, and it will be paid. It's a law that should be obeyed. So, and when we start breaking laws, what should come next? Punishment. There should be repercussion because you're actually breaking the law if you do not pay these pensioners their money, both this pension administration, both the state government. you're actually breaking the law because it's a law stipulated there. Now, if you know that the government is over bloated, then reduce. I mean, now this is no jab to anybody, but when this administration came in, it was advised to keep a lean government. But we've seen over time ministries were created. Some were collapsed, some were merged and all that, but some were also created, and now we're in this. So if, for instance, you know a particular state, if what it is getting, it's not that much, then you should look into your civil service and make sure. I mean, AI is coming to take people's jobs. People are going digital. There's e-governance, and e-governance would take away a whole lot of administrative personnel. So it saves you a whole lot of money. You save a whole lot of money from that sector, from that area. So you have no reason not to pay pension. I mean, it's a crime basically to me, and I feel any state involved in this should be sanctioned. They should.
There are 28 of them.
28 of them.
Not any state. 28
That's more
of
than
them.
almost 60 to 70% of states in Nigeria. That's too much, and it saddens me that this is still going on in 2025. Just like Montami said, we should be thinking of how to invest. If you're thinking of after 35 years, my money would have tripled. You should be thinking of how to take this pension into bonds, stocks, and all that. That's the next level.
Okay. While we are still here thinking of this, we want to appeal to every state governor out there. If you work in any of the pension boards that's within the state government, or if you are a PFA administrator, or you work there, please take your job seriously, because these are people's lives that you are working with. Let's be responsible enough to see it as people's lives. Not just people's lives. These are our elderly ones, most especially. Young people do retire too after a while. Hey, and also if anyone retires, don't hold their pension till they are 60. I don't subscribe to that. Pay him money if he wants his money.
Well, according to the pension scheme, if you're unemployed for, I think, 3 to 6 months, you can apply for 25% of your pension.
If getting it is another thing. Okay, now let's get to our next story for today, and it has to do with still money, but not going to pensioners or those that have worked, but those that are preparing to join the workforce. Students. NEL Fund has urged institutions to refund students over disbursement delays. That is coming in this particular weekend. The managing director, Nigeria Education Loan Fund, as NEL Fund, Akintunde Soya, has acknowledged delays in disbursing student loans and appealed to institutions across the country to refund students who have already paid their fees while waiting for approval. The clarification followed rising complaints over late stipends and fee payments under the new student loan scheme. Soya explained that the loan process takes time because the fund must conduct proper verification before approving payments, and because institutions too must verify applicants before disbursement, which contributes to the processing timeline. Okay, this is where we found ourselves. Delay here, delay there. NEL Fund has come to give their own side of the story. Hey, verification is taking time. But now for institutions that know that these students are awaiting this particular loans, some students have also gone ahead on their own to make payments on their fees. Then NEL Funds now come and get that same money back to those institutions. Why do we need to have a NEL Fund tell the institutions to refund the students? These are the questions I don't understand.
I like to applaud NEL Fund because what they did is accountability, acknowledging this and telling institutions to refund their money. It's a student-friendly move. It builds trust between them and the student. But we've discussed this thing a while back, that in a situation whereby I apply for a student loan, and of course I get approved, but by the time I finish my program, the money is not there. And because I want to graduate, of course, everybody wants to graduate with all the ASU strike and all. Everybody wants to complete 4 years. In 4 years, I have no other choice. I mean, the degree means more to me. I go ahead and pay. Now, in some universities, like the institution I attended, if you are owing, so what they do is they let you write the exam, but they will not release that result. You will not get it. you will do every other thing, but you will not get until and
when you clear the fees.
When you clear, and you will clear it to the last pen. Like that is, they will check everything. They might even add some things to it, but they will make sure you pay every penny. So if a student is coming from NELFON, I think they should have that luxury. They should have that opportunity because yes, NELFON has approved this loan. So it's all based on verifications. Institutions don't need to be told. They know that this person, because NELFON will send them a notification. Every other thing will be done, through due process. So I see no reason why students should even go ahead and make payment. Let them complete their program while you wait for NELFON. And the fact that NELFON is now coming out to tell institutions to refund. Now, it speaks of, I don't want to use, I'm trying to look for a sweeter word or a more milder word than dubious or corruption. Because that's what it is. Let's look at it. Let's face the fact. Because if money that is not meant for you, you withhold that money, then what are you doing with it? You shouldn't even be told to refund it. Now, and the sad thing about it is that if the students go ahead and pay, they will have to, whether the money is being refunded or not, they have to start paying it. And it's painful if I apply for a loan, I did not get that loan, and I use my money to pay. And I now hear again that, the loan was disbursed to the institution. So now I have another obligation to pay. After paying, it's not good. It's not looking good. The institutions, they need to be called to order. There's some form of digitalization that needs to come in place, whereby NELFON themselves can track. Students can actually track. Immediately the loan is disbursed, there should be some sort of a text message or something that would notify the student that this money has gotten into the institution. So you go ahead to the institution, okay, fine. I paid my institution fees before this thing. Am I going to get a refund, or are you going to refund NELFON so that I know I don't have any obligations to pay? I think that's it.
Okay. While we are looking at that, is it? Mukhtar, let's get to you. I want to hear your take on this. Is the students having to pay because institutions are saying, hey, we've not gotten anything from NELFON yet, and your exams or whatever clarification you need to do is coming close, so hey, make payment, and the student go ahead to make payment. Is this a trust issue between institutions and the government agency called NELFON on one side?
This has been going on for a while because I remember a few weeks back, I listened to Mr. Lausa, who is the Minister for Information, and he talked about this. Nigerian institutions, it's sad that they are federal institutions. They are not doing well in this complaint, because this has been lingering for a while. These double payments are not reimbursing the students. The student, the gentleman in the studio talked about how the student will get notification. Students know when the money is disbursed because the payment is in two trenches. One goes directly to the school, which is the tuition, and another goes directly to the students' accounts, which is their upkeep.
Yeah.
So the students will know when the money is paid because they get an alert too for their own upkeep, and they get email verification and all of that. And that's how they know they've made double payments. But then the minister addressed this on a national TV, saying they are talking to institutions to refund students their money. And this has been going on for a while. But I think is a general problem with Nigerians. In advanced country, even when you go to a store, you buy something, as long as it's in good condition, you have your receipts, you can go back, you get refund. It's like a law, it's like giving. So, but in Nigeria, it's almost even if you buy something, to even change it is a problem. And if we are going to change that culture, which is part of consumer protection, it should start from a government institution like federal universities. So, but what I see is almost like the federal universities, the people in charge are trying to frustrate this student loan thing, because they even discourage students. Like the gentleman in the studio said, if they've seen that loan has been approved. It just hasn't been disbursed. They should give students leeway to write their exams and do what they need to do. They don't need to scare them or force them to make other payment. But this is what we'll see. And then when they have the double payment, they keep it. This is very, very bad. Because if these students, if they have enough money, they will not be applying for a loan in the first place. And I don't know how they see the fund, but it's still a loan. If the government is going to forgive it in the future, we don't know yet.
Okay,
it's a loan.
Why you brought another angle of government forgiving in the future? We'll apply for this loan. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so he said that the students will know when the loan is being disbursed. Now, I spoke with someone who had access. Sometimes they disburse their pocket money before the actual loan is disbursed. So they might not know. If, for instance, I get my pocket money, thinking that, since I've gotten my pocket money, the loan must have been disbursed in institution, and I go ahead and I find out. So I feel there should be some form of edu finance app
where you can see what's processing.
Just like when you access
time.
loan from any institution, once the loan is being disbursed, you get an automatic message that the loan has been disbursed to your account. So we should have that kind of app that tracks the loan from the time it is approved to the time it is moved out, or it leaves the account of NELFund and gets into the institution's account. There should be some form of tracking so that I am informed that, okay, fine, the loan has been disbursed. Now, they could also sort partnership with some of these fintech solutions, fintech apps and all that. That will help them with the verification process. If whatever app or whatever digital solution they are using is not friendly and all that, they could partner. All in all, I feel that this also boils down to the institution's accountability. Now, I would rather recommend that NELFund and NUC partner. NUC will be the one that will sanction these universities, these institutions, if they fail to either refund the money or inform the student that the loan has been disbursed. I feel in NUC, because there should be some, we live in Nigeria. I don't want to say we like to break rules, but we like to be told over time. We like to be pushed before we do things. And it cuts across all institutions. So I feel there should always be checks and balances everywhere. So in order to check institutions, NUC has to step in. I would have said EFCC, but that would be too extreme. NUC needs to step in. They need to be carried in the loop to know that, okay, fine, this institution, you've gotten this money. Why hasn't this student been able to access it? And like I said earlier on, if there's no trust issue between NELFund and institutions, once you know a loan has been approved, let the student write the exam, let them conclude their program. You can, if you like, don't let the student have their convocation, or what do you call it, and decide to hold the student's degree. No problem. Once the loan is being disbursed, you can call the student and say, okay, fine, the money has been disbursed. Or if the student now decides, okay, I don't want to wait for NELFund, I will pay. And when NELFund now disburse that money, before even NELFund, now here's the kicker here. If a student goes ahead to pay for his institution, the institution, out of their, if they want to show responsibility, they should also inform NELFund that this particular student whose loan was approved has paid. Do not disburse this money. They should have that list and send it to NELFund so that NELFund will not go through that stress of processing and verifying this loan again. They know that
someone else can benefit from that particular.
Exactly.
Just the way we have transactions here and we can monitor our transactions and know what is in progress, what's processing, and what has hit accounts. I think with NELFund and institutions can also get this done. It's not difficult. It's not rocket science. And for institutions that have double payment, we urge you, make refunds. We want a very short break, and when we return, SOUQ Business Landscape will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CNB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back. This is still SBL SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember, you can join us on all social media platforms. Just go there, look for SOUQ News Television. Like, follow, and share. Let's get talking. Now, let's get to our next story for today. That is something that kind of, it makes one happy, but we want to see the outcome. The federal government is targeting 160 billion naira, to be precise, output from 80,000 farmers. That is the 2025-2026 wheat program. The federal government aims to generate about 160 billion from wheat production during the 2025-2026 dry season. The government announced that the revenue is expected to come from ongoing efforts to strengthen food sovereignty and reduce Nigeria's dependence on import. Wheat, to be specific. Agriculture and Food Security Minister Abubakar Kyari announced that he announced this weekend during the flag-off of the subsidized agricultural input distribution for the 2025-2026 dry season wheat production. Now, under the National Agricultural Growth and Agro Pocket project in Jere local government somewhere in Borno State. This is one particular issue we keep talking about. We don't know how long we'll keep shouting about it. We import wheat. We import wheat even from war-torn countries. They supply us wheat. We eat bread every day. And yet we have lands that can sustain and grow wheat bigger than those countries that we import wheat from. Okay. Now we are saying that we are looking forward to 160 billion being generated 2025, 2026 dry season.
Beautiful.
Who should we hold accountable if they don't hit this target? That is where we should be going to now.
All right, so I quickly did a bit of analysis. Nigeria consumes about 5 million metric tons of wheat annually, and only 5 to 10% of that is produced locally. So Nigeria spends like over $2 billion yearly on wheat imports. And it's
wheat alone.
Just wheat alone.
Conservatively. Now this is for those documented data. What about the undocumented data?
Even with this amount, 2 billion. Now imagine if, and it says it's just 5 to 10% that is produced locally. So imagine if we're actually producing it. Now you said who should we hold accountable? How do we even begin to hold anybody accountable when there are still underlying factors like insecurity?
We always go back to insecurity. This is the excuse that the person who should hold responsible will go to. It's because of insecurity. That's why we didn't farm wheat. But yet, year in, year out, we get to see a whole lot of budget put down and money disbursed for, in quote, wheat farmers that we don't know where they're coming from. Now they're telling us 80,000 wheat farmers. If we have 80,000 wheat farmers, should we not be exporting wheat?
First of all, these 80,000 farmers, do we have accurate data down to local government?
Government said 80,000 wheat farmers. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Production and Security said 80,000 wheat farmers.
Now,
who gave him that data?
Well, whoever gave him that data, fine. I'm always up for audit, review, assessment. 80,000 farmers. So every quarter, we should be having some form of assessment. What is going on? How much has been disbursed to these farmers? What is it like? Inspections should be carried out. That's why I said down to local government. And since local government do not even have website, for instance, I mean, it's a whole different game. So how will we be able to monitor these farmers? Because the best way to monitor is through local governments. These local governments, they know where these farms are. They can go there, easily access these farmers, go to their farms, and be sure that there's no middleman or middle this or that is coming to collect this and saying, oh, we have 80,000. So where is the data coming from? And, you know, if we're truly moving towards e-governance, all these things is something that I can go on the website and check. You don't need to hold anybody accountable. You don't need to hold any minister accountable.
You can fill up data when it comes to systems. We are more interested in seeing the farms and the harvest.
I mean, if you want to build a road, first of all, you have to take care of the drainages and all that. So if you want to secure this kind of amount, you have to take care of all other underlying factors. It's not just to say we have social amount, I want to do this. They are still underlying, even logistics, silos, all these things are still there. And, well, you are saying we should be exporting.
With 80,000 farmers, that he said. We should be exporting 80,000 farmers.
Exporting. You are right about that. But let's do a proper assessment. Where is this data coming from? These 80,000 farmers. Is there, okay, this is Chukso, this is Olumide, this is this is that. These are all, they reside in this particular community, they reside in this local government area. This is where they are coming from. This is what they harvest annually. All this should be gotten before such statements should be made.
Mukhtar, I need your take on this, because these are really topics that it gets hot and heated on this table. We talked about, that was our first story, we're looking at states that can't pay pensions, that have not paid pensions, that have refused to pay pension, and we're looking at their pension and gratuity far more than they generate as a state. Now we're also seeing this same state, they have lands that can really grow agricultural produce, products that can hold this country up there, both internally consumption and for export. And now we are seeing another rhetoric, another narrative of 80,000 farmers for wheat that we import over 95% into this country. Same thing happened to all other sub-Saharan African countries. Why are we not serious about this? And where are these data coming from?
I think our agricultural sector is lacking behind because government is trying to scale it through socialism. So what do I mean? Administrations after administrations, they apply the same strategy and we get the same results. During the time of the last administration, late President Muhammadu Buhari, they gave a lot of farmers loans, especially in the north. And when they were doing the review, they found out that over 20,000 farmers in the north did not invest the funds they got into farming. A lot of them used the money to get second wife or third wife or fourth wife. That's one. CBN in the same administration under Mr. Emefiele gave out money to some farmers too. When that was probed, we found out that most of the people that got the money are not even farmers. They are just politicians and their cronies. They just submitted names. It's almost like they just went to the Senate and they got the senators to submit names of their constituents that are not necessarily farmers, ministers, what have you, and powerful people across Nigeria. So, and that is why we are not getting results. So all this money just get missing in the system. That will for agriculture, for this economy, I will suggest a capitalism approach if government is going to support. So how do I mean? Government should scale farmers based on productivity and compliance with, economy indices and what they want. So I will want government to now say, okay, farmers that register their farms as a company and pay taxes, you now start giving them scaling incentives from land, not necessarily dashing them the land. Maybe like give them free lease on the land for like 10 years or 15 years that can be reviewed by subsequent administration to see if you are not using the land for what it's meant for. Because Nigeria is a place where we can even see people selling lands. So we have to be careful with all of these incentives and start giving them money to scale. It does not necessarily have to be even direct money. Could be in form of machineries that they need. We don't need 1 million farmers. We need maybe 1,000 or 2,000 farmers that are major farmers. If we have major farmers that can cultivate 10,000 square meter to 100,000 square meter, one farmer can have that. They can feed an entire state. So we don't need peasant farmers. Fine, people in the rural areas, encourage them to do their peasant small farming. But it's high time that we have major farmers that their investment is in billions of naira and millions of dollars. We already have Olam. Olam is the biggest farmer in Nigeria. In Nasarawa, their investment in Nasarawa State is over 100 million US dollars. Convert how many billion that is in naira.
Olam is a foreign company.
It's a foreign, exactly. So it's time we now start scaling our local farmers to that level. So, but when you now have a whole lot of money that you can scale 50, 100, 500 farmers and properly monitor them, why filter the money away when you now give to 80 farmers and we don't see the effects? For the rest of the majority of the farmers, government should make sure that fertilizers and pesticides are subsidized. If anything is going to be subsidized in this country, let that be subsidized. Let it be affordable. Because the government is very, very excited about this year's yield, and everybody can acknowledge the reduction in the food prices. But if care is not taken, there will be food shortage next year. And the reason is because a lot of farmers this year lost money in their investments because food prices crashed for some food products. It crashed to about 70%. For example, when farmers at the beginning of this year were planting beans, a bag of beans was selling for about 150,000 to 180,000 naira. And that is the return on investment they have in mind when they were planting. Today, when they are harvesting, they are selling for about 60,000 naira. Now, farm workers and fertilizers, pesticides that were used were priced according to the yield of the farmers. The laborers that worked on the farm, they were charging based on, okay, the bag of beans is 180,000, 170, 160,000 naira. And that is how they charge this farmer. Today, these farmers are selling their product for 60,000 a bag. On the national TV over the weekend, even people that are selling this food product in the market are complaining that they are losing up to 3,000 naira on a bag of some food item, like bag of rice. Some sellers are saying they stock the bag of rice higher than the current prices now. So government needs to look at this critically, not just rejoice about this year's harvest. We need to make sure that we have policies that will make sure that we continue to see downward movement of the price in food items, and most especially items used in farming, fertilizers, pesticides. Government needs to subsidize it, especially when we have fertilizer plants. We have with Dangote refinery now, pesticides are some of the byproducts from food refining. So we should see the prices crashing. So government needs to look into this. And while they are looking for policies and policies to take care of majority farmers, they should start picking few farmers that can scale to major farmers. That will be the cornerstone of our, food sufficiency and income generation from IGR, taxing these big farmers.
Okay. Now you said one major thing: ability to scale as much as possible, and these are the people government should really focus on when it gets to subsidy. And for the small farmer across several localities, villages, we should also encourage them to do their best. Don't stay idle. They have bills to pay too. Then for this 80,000 in quote that is on government paper, we really need to know where these 80,000 are, where they are coming from, what they are going to bring into the harvest, whether it be this year or next year. We really want to know. We just don't want to hear 80,000 people that were giving government money. We want to hear 80,000 people that brought in harvest. That is more important to us.
It's quite easy. All you just have to do is monitoring and evaluation. GPS and tracking system to monitor these farms, that they're actual farms that are actually planting and are going to harvest these things. Now, I also know that wheat best grows in cold climates, which would limit large-scale farming to few parts in the northern states. We also have to look at that also. It might sound like a broken record. We also have to look at insecurity, even though it sounds like a broken record. These are things that we need to fix. You are more particular about these 80,000, and I understand why, because 80,000 seems like it would actually get the job done. We would not need to import wheat. It would also strengthen the naira, because importing these things in large scales would add pressure on naira. So all in all, it's just data, accountability, monitoring, evaluation, making sure that if 80,000 farmers are going to be getting this, they should be accountable for it. It should not be through middlemen and all that. And the best way is through the local government. Monitor these things. But, well.
We will surely get there. Now, we talked about this particular story that circulated over the weekend. That's Dangote. Dangote has come out to deny ties with this particular viral fuel or petrol video. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has refuted claims linking it to a viral video promoting doorstep petrol delivery via dispatch riders. The company said on Sunday it has no affiliation with the initiative shown in the clip and it's unaware of its origin. Now, in the video, which spread widely online, a man avoids fuel queue by simply ordering petrol through WhatsApp. The rider soon arrives with a mini fuel dispenser mounted on a motorcycle and fills the man's vehicle. The service, branded Fuel Up, claims to be powered by Dangote Petroleum. Now, they have come and said, no, we have no hand in this. So this is more like a public service announcement. So, hey, people, Fuel Up, we'll get to hear from you, whoever or whichever company or whichever side came up with that. But Dangote said, we have no share in this.
I think I've seen a video like that, but this one is in Dubai, and of course for the elite, whereby some of these elites who have luxury cars, they don't have to, they just order and they bring the truck and they fill up their
They
car.
bring the truck. Yes. Yeah, just the smaller, not the big
Not
truck.
the big
though.
truck.
Just easy going truck. But this was a motorcycle.
I don't know about that. And I've also heard stories and allegations of people who have personal filling stations or maybe filling stations in there.
There are several, even here in Lagos. Yeah. Let's leave that story for another day. Now let's talk about the federal government. Federal government is planning to adopt plans for 500 CNG stations to cut petrol use. The federal government will establish 500 compressed natural gas refueling stations nationwide under the next 3 years to drive clean energy adoption and reduce petrol dependency. This development follows a partnership between the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund and leading Chinese equipment manufacturer Endurance Group. The executive director of the agency, Oluwole Adama, confirmed the deal in a statement on Sunday, describing it as a key step in Nigeria's energy transition. Okay, now let's get back this way. 500 CNG stations in 3 years. And this particular collaboration is happening between Nigeria funding and a Chinese group.
Always a Chinese.
Where is the local content initiative in this?
I was going to ask, don't we refine these products? I mean, what's... Then there was a time Dangote said he was going to go into CNG. I don't know how far.
Stations. He's more of building the stations.
Not refining.
Yes, building the stations. Don't we have... Okay. I will want to see, even with the Chinese companies, I also want to see a Nigerian counterpart being part of this. Since it's federal government money that is going out, don't we have Nigerian companies that can also play in that particular sector?
That's the same question, but is CNG viable, profitable at this point in Nigeria? Because we still
for
vehicles. Because how many affordable CNG vehicles do we have? Apart from
conversions, okay.
How many do we have? How many people can actually afford this CNG? And I've heard stories about those who did their conversion, how it exploded, and
that's conversions that were not done right,
yes,
or conversions that the kits were not the proper original kit.
So, is it can we partner with? Do I have to say Chinese firms? But okay, fine. Do I have to partner with Chinese firms that will come into the country, establish these conversion industries or production sites whereby you can take your car to be converted, or should we partner with a local car manufacturer
that will just make it from the onset?
I'll just make it from the onset and dole it out. I mean, it makes it easier. We've taken part of one side. Now, for the refinery, how many companies how many industries can do this? Why are they not doing it? It's another question. I thought that Dangote was really interested. Maybe if Dangote was interested, maybe it would. Sometimes some of these players, they look for who's going to build the cart. Someone has to build the cart. For Dangote was the one who built the cart. So I think maybe when someone decides to take the initiative, others will. But it's so sad that even our own refineries are not even up and running. So, I mean, and we're talking about CNG when we don't even do. I mean,
okay.
I'll stop there.
Mukhtar, why you have decided to stop there? Mukhtar, let me come to you. Should government be responsible for building 500 stations? Why not get private investors, private initiative into this particular sector and let them do that? Government coming to use government money to build stations. Do you think we should be going that route right now?
That's the major problem that we have in our country. Government is taking on too many responsibilities, and it's very difficult for them to track. Just in the last story, we are talking about funding 80,000 farmers and monitoring them. That's a lot. That's almost impossible. Now, they want to build another 500 CNG. Now, we are talking about monitoring again, money being dispensed. So, in the advanced country, it's just what government needs to do is incentive. That's just it. Just, these companies, they're already selling. There are so many gas stations in Nigeria. All they need is an additional plant within their gas station to sell CNG. That's it. If you go to any gas station now, they sell LPG. That's the cooking gas. They sell kerosene. They sell the PMS, and they sell diesel. So government just needs to incentivize them to add CNG. That's all. You can say, okay, for every gas station that sells CNG, we are giving you additional 5% tax off or 50% tax off. And then you see everybody run to install the infrastructure to sell CNG. That's it. That's what governments in advanced countries do, except if the people in charge have other ulterior motive to siphon fund allegedly. That's why you want to take on every responsibility. All the biggest countries in the world, like America, like in the Europe, is the private companies that drive the economy. What the government just do is they tell what the policy is, and they give incentive to drive the investors to go in the direction that they want. That is what our government should try to do. For example, Dangote refinery in Lagos is not a manna from heaven. The Lagos state government, they give industries in that corridor incentive. If you go to that corridor, it's all filled up. It's not even dry land. Imagine these companies, they are spending billions of naira to sandfill waterlogged area to build factories because there's incentive for them, tax holiday, and so on. So that is what government should be doing at all levels. There are people that wants to do business, that want to double their money, they are trying to make more profit. Give them incentive, tax break, free land. There are so many incentives that government can give to drive growth that is going to be way faster, because we are talking about 35 billion US dollar budget for the whole country. It's small money already. So don't spend it on things that are unnecessary, where private investors can invest in. And as to manufacturing of CNG cars, we already have that in Nigeria. There's GAC Motors, they produce both CNG cars and electric cars. Most of the cars, the new fleets of Lagride, the Lagos State owned cab service, they are mostly CNG cars, those SUVs that you see. Most of them are CNG, the other ones are electric. So, we already have that. But what government needs to do is give them incentives. We should not, at this point, see any government at any level buying foreign cars. They need to continue to encourage these manufacturers. And there's no bigger encouragement, incentive than patronage. Once they sell their old stock, they will get money to produce more products, more units, and we can start telling them what we want, our specification. We can start giving feedback and they improve. The brands that are most trusted now, they did not become most trusted brand overnight. It takes time, it takes patronage, it takes customer feedback. It's high time that we start doing that in our country too.
Okay, now talking about private initiative and government taking their hands off a lot of this particular project we see government getting into. Let's tell you what's happening in the African startup sector. Now, African startup raised $441.9 million in October 2025. That is surging 217% from September. The African startup ecosystem recorded a major rebound in October 2025. Now, 441.9 million, not bad, across 59 deals compared to 139.4 million raised by 63 startups in September, a 217% month-on-month increase. The sharp rise in funding reflects renewed investor confidence across Africa's venture capital space, supported by mega rounds, scrutinized bonds issuance, and a growing tilt towards clean energy and fintech. Although 4 startups did not disclose their funding amounts, the total disclosed deals highlight a strong investor appetite heading towards the final quarter of the year. Notably, the top 10 startup accounted for 388.6 million, representing 87.9% of total disclosed funding, compared to 112.2 million recorded by the top 10 in September. Investor interest in October remained concentrated in fintech, that's 17 startups, logistics, 8 startups, and agriculture, 6 startups. Sectors that continue to define Africa's innovation economy. Geographically are Egypt, 12 startups, Nigeria, 8, South Africa, 9, and Kenya, 8. Now we are looking at good monies that came into startups. Well, we are still accounting, okay, for October, we are looking at hundreds of millions. My mind is just telling me, when are we going to start hitting the billions? But now this is Africa as a whole, not one single country. What should we be doing? What should we be pursuing to make sure that startups are not just scaling, but they are getting the needed funds? Because a lot of these monies might not be coming from African banks. They are definitely coming from outside Africa. Most are coming from outside Africa. What can we do better to get Taiwo's hidden somewhere in Elisha and his idea is just blowing up there? How can we get him to Amsterdam?
Digital financial literacy has to come in. You can't go without saying it, financial literacy. How many people have financial literacy? How many people know what to invest in and how to scale? Now, I'm someone living in Ikorodu. I have a business idea. How do I get it, like you said, outside the country? It's financial literacy, being educated financially, knowing that I can access certain financial instruments to scale up, to invest in stocks, to do this, to do that. But if I don't have that basic knowledge, and if I don't even have someone like a stockbroker who is there to also a financial advisor to advise me that, okay, this is what and what you need to do. Nigerians like quick money. Nigerians like invest small and make big money. That's all we are always about. And that's why even the foreign investors, they do short-term investment. They don't come for long-term investment. They do short-term investment and get their money and repatriate it back. So it's left to us Nigerians, we Nigerians, to try and see how we can invest in long-term, profits. Okay,
Mukhtar, I'm coming to you, quick one, because we still have one more story before we go. We see this story play out. Venture capitals coming this way, and the money is getting into some. We're not going to call names, but we know that some are also going down the drain. Some that we look forward to. I say, okay, good. This is going to be like the new platinum, and the next day is going down. But we also see some very good ones that are there and they are seeing the light of day. How are we going to say, hey, let's have more collaboration than more individualistic companies? How can we start pursuing that both within Nigeria and Africa as a whole?
This global investment fund, they want to see more transparency and accountability with our system in general. So people want to be able to invest in a business, and if anything goes bad, they want to be sure that it is not because the founder of the business was reckless or was dubious. So, but currently we don't have that. Even locally, as a startups can't get funds locally because when people invest in business, there's no way to track their investments or have justification for their investment if it goes bad. So the system has to be able to empower people to query businesses they invest in and get justification. Now, that being said, there has to be a lot of governments in state and local level needs to have small initiative to train people, more like an incubator where they identifies brilliant people, they train them, they groom them, and they give them grants. And the grant does not necessarily have to come from the government pockets. Government can incentivize investors within their states to put money into this incubator. For example, Lagos State has the Security Trust Fund that is funded by the private sector in Lagos State. They can as well have Innovator Trust Fund too, that they rally around private businesses, and government will get money from these private businesses because they support their businesses one way or the other. And they say, oh, this is our own CSR project, put some money into it. The money is going to come. Earlier this year, Mr. Sanwo-Olu started a 50 billion naira agricultural chain investments, and he got the money from the private sector. So it's time that we have incubators across the country, and we find way to get grants and support for them. And most importantly, what the international community is looking at is to be able to fund and monitor their investments. And they cannot do that without without government agencies looking into some of these things. While a few Nigerian startups have scaled even to billion-dollar companies, a lot of startups have taken money from foreign investors, and the money has gone down the drain in things that are shameful. So while the world is looking at Africa as the future, as vibrant, talented people, they also see us as a place with people with funny characters and a system that cannot hold its own people accountable. So we need to balance all of this to be able to fully reach the full potential of our young, vibrant people, and not let the few bad eggs among us define who we are and decide our future for us.
Okay, mind you, the very few bad eggs, not a representation of the whole. And like you said, while we look forward to being able to attract more foreign investments, I like that side of incubation hubs where locally we can really get funding, be it from local government or state government, and push these young ones and these younger entrepreneurs and ideas that have not been vetted. Let's see them vet here first. Most people don't really understand this. By the time you have a lot of international money coming into some particular investment or particular ideas, you are losing a whole lot of rights for that particular thing. Tomorrow they could just buy it over. That's not what we're saying, but there are all possibilities. Now let's get to the last bit of the story we'll get to treat today, and it has to do with students, international students. Now, enrollment has dropped after Trump's visa overhaul. You heard it. You heard it. New international student enrollment in the United States has declined significantly this fall. According to the Institute of International Education's Open Doors report, the number of foreign students starting college for the first time dropped by 17%, a trend exacerbated by the Trump's administration crackdown on student visas. This follows a 7% decline the previous year, driven partly by fewer students from China amid ongoing geopolitical tensions. The policy changes have created chaos for universities, with summer pause in visa interviews and increased vetting, making it more difficult for students to enroll. This decline poses a financial threat to colleges, as international students typically pay full tuition. Despite the challenge, most institutions are actively recruiting these students, with over half allowing deferred enrollment and a majority valuing both their international financial contribution and diverse perspective they bring to the campuses. Now, this is where and where we found ourselves. Two stories of the same issue.
You know, a friend of mine, my son unrelated, a friend of mine who was supposed to come to Nigeria this month, I messaged him yesterday, how far? I used to go, he said he's not coming. I said Trump wahala. It's not looking funny, and these universities are, you know, this is one of the ways they make, you know, money through international students and all that. And if Trump is, you know, clamping down on with all these visa restrictions, it's really going to reduce, you know, the amount of, which is also going to affect the economy, their economy also. So one of the ways I feel they can bridge the gap is offer maybe an offshore campuses for, especially for students from Nigeria, India, and other, you know, countries like that. That can also be, you know, a way of, you know, looking for a solution. But until, and a whole lot of people are saying that probably until when Trump leaves, and of course there's geopolitical tension, you know, China and US back and forth and all that. So a lot of people are just waiting basically till Trump leaves the administration and maybe things will go back to normal. But for students, well, it's a good time to come back home. I mean, if it's not possible, you know, studying there, you can try other countries or come back home. I mean,
come back after all the whole money spent. Mukhtar, let's have a first-hand report from you on this. What is it like?
Actually, the Trump administration has a policy that should encourage foreign students. So, for example, why he's clamping down on immigrants, there's also the policy that people are not talking about where he says graduates who are trained in America will be given access to green card, so which is a pathway to citizenship. So this should encourage people to actually come to the United States to study. So, but what people just see in the news is Trump is trying to throw out the immigrants. Trump does not like immigrants. And what Trump is doing is the policy that even from the Obama administration, Obama has been talking about it, because we all know United States is the most indebted country in the whole world. So, and they are nearing bankruptcy, and they just ended 40 days, over 40 days government shutdown due to funding. And, you know, they are cutting a lot of funding in a lot of things. So the inflation in America now is crazy as well. So this is something that over 10 years ago, Obama has been talking about. But Trump is the only person that is able to, you know, bite the silver bullet, take the hard decision. So, but I don't think Trump has anything about, you know, foreign students. According to his policy, there's a pathway for foreign students to become citizens. So, but there is a general shock, and a lot of this decline is as a result of, you know, the tariff. For example, not just education. The Canada and US, they have a reciprocal, you know, foreign policy where American citizens can go into Canada, Canada citizens can come into America, and the flight from Canada to America has reduced significantly. So many tourists have canceled their trip. There is decline in Canada tourists this year just because of the hostile tension between two countries. So I feel like a lot of this decline in, you know, foreign students and all of is not because of Trump's direct educational or, you know, immigration policy. Is about even the trade policy between several countries. Trump is currently in trade wars with, I can say, the whole world. Trump has sanctioned, added tariff on all the major trade allies in the whole world. So, and, you know, some of these things affect the economy of a lot of countries. Canada, for example, now, the trade tariff between America and Canada is affecting their jobs, is affecting their economy. So they are taking this grievance against America in whole. They are even American businesses in Canada, people are not patronizing. Same as places like Russia. A lot of countries are boycotting American product, and they no longer want to come to America because they think America do not like their country. But as far as Trump's policy with education goes, I think he has a policy that should encourage foreign students to come to America, which is part to citizenship after graduation.
Okay, while that is his policy, our policy here is to build Africa, starting from home, build Nigeria, and get better. And let those investments keep coming. For every business person out there, it doesn't matter how much you're struggling right now, always look forward that the sun will always come out and there are better, more beautiful days ahead. Keep tilling. Harvest is not too far. Thank you for being part of SBL today. It's been a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful beginning of the week. I've been absent for a while. Thank you for holding the fort. Thank you very much, Mukhtar. It's been nice having you today.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a great week, sir.
Thank you very much. Olumide.
Yes, I was even going to say that even Nobel laureate, Professor Oloshenka, his visa was revoked. Though he came out to say, he said he made comparison with Trump and former ruler Idi Amin, and maybe if Trump heard that did not augur well with him, and that might have led to his revocation of visa. But all in all, I mean, he said he doesn't mind being in Nigeria. So I feel, but it's sad that students have to pay through their nose. It costs an arm and leg to school abroad, ranging from $20,000 to $50,000. Some have to sell properties. Family members, clans come together to donate this money, and it does not, it does not feel well or sound nice if someone's visa is not approved or is being delayed. It frustrates the whole mentality of that student and all that, and doesn't also go well for these institutions, because that's another source of revenue generation for these institutions who are independent of government.
Okay. Thank you very much, Olumide. Today is that beautiful day we talked about, so let's go out there and make some miracles and magic. Remember, join us on all our social media handles. Let's continue this conversation after the program. It's just SOUQ News Television. It's not difficult. So, hey, join us, follow us, and most importantly, share. Share and share again. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. We'll do this again tomorrow. Be the best version of you. Thank you.
And I'm Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. Clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given him the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, it seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we've got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the seniors, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No, because and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world, because our coaches are not even our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
human achievement. Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrol Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID.
Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. the business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much. We were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Iboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Iboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%. That would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics. We're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by, leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriyede, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comprehensive study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the distinct nature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as 16 over 15 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the horrible complaint of fully out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of different projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can get the rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, low confidence in the test. ACTs are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center and is from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6% hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path, and we are happy that this is being mentioned here today, and like I said, this signature, and in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMB says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care, and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I've mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, Measurements. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Ogunlafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for Malta. We're going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is the one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. And all members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. I'm standing in for myself and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneer initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, Amen, the development of pragmatic, costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent care facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths respectively. I am confident that Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. Indeed, when patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties.
Congratulations, sir.
Your test is negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Chart a course to pre-elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking out time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners, stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a social-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school. It has affected businesses. It has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The the eradication of malaria is not just a good health news. It is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a P, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it, and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Campbell, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things we can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, it was replenished with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader, to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. In malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, in malaria-free Nigeria, it's achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, it's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to look to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there is no magic to it. If your target is 2 million and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. We are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoes. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof, he told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, you said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we'll have to take that $20 million. We'll have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program, our community pharmacists are here, all of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support and making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of the deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall Metz, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts. They pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final praising point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. And I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. Clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very best hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure by eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. all of our pharmaceutical establishments. Ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show truly that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I take your indulgence, Councillor President?
She thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. It was between her eye and her eye. This pre-elimination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to Malaria Pre-Admission and Sterilization Program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo hub.
And as soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector,
we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them. We talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw, there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day, from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. we're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let's begin. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NENFund, has acknowledged growing delays in student loan disbursement and urged tertiary institutions to refund students who paid their fees while awaiting loan approval. Managing Director Akintunde Sawyer explained that the verification process by both the fund and institutions remains time-consuming, causing funds reaching schools after their fee deadlines. He noted that while NENFund cannot compel institutions to refund excess payment, the Federal Ministry of Education is preparing firmer measures to ensure timely reimbursement. Sawyer also clarified that while fund does not pay arrears, stressing that retrospective payments could result in double disbursements once a new academic session begins. He added that schools upload official fees schedules into the verification system and students may challenge discrepancies. According to him, delays are also caused by late application, deferring academic calendars, and complexity of synchronizing payments across thousands of students at various academic stages. Despite complaints, he said the scheme is still new and will improve as institutions and stakeholders adapt to the system. Nigeria has spent nearly $3 billion servicing Eurobond debt across 8 quarters under President Bola Tinubu, with official data showing interest payments alone consumed 83% of total debt. Debt Management Office records reveals that Eurobonds accounted for up to 67% of quarterly external debt servicing at their peak, highlighting the fiscal strain created by the country's mounting exposure to high-interest commercial borrowings. Analysts warn that Nigeria is paying far more to maintain its Eurobond obligations than reduce the principal, even as Eurobond commitments rose over $17 billion by mid-2025. Despite this pressure, the federal government continues to tap international markets, recently raising $2.35 billion in a dual-tranche Eurobond issuance that attracted record investor demand. Officials say the funds will support the 2025 budget and strengthen external reserves, while investment experts remain split over the long-term risk. Some cite investor confidence and repayment history as positive, while others caution heavy interest burdens, exchange rate exposure, and several refinancing circles that could escalate future fiscal vulnerabilities if economic reforms do not stay on track. Now, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has dismissed a viral online video claiming it launched a bike-based fuel delivery service called Fuel Up. Now, the video shows a rider dispensing petrol from a mini fuel tank into a customer's vehicle, sparking mixed reactions and safety concerns among Nigerians. Dangote officials described the advert as entirely fake, stressing that the refinery only supplies fuel to bulk buyers and has no agreement with any company to distribute fuel through dispatch riders. The refinery noted that its current distribution efforts rely on recently deployed compressed natural gas-powered trucks, following its broader strategy to expand fuel supply and scale production from 650,000 to 1.4 million barrels per day. The company said its focus remains on modernizing operations, strengthening logistics, and improving domestic fuel availability as it positions itself for greater regional and global competitiveness in the energy sector. Farmers in more than 800 villages across India's Punjab state are shifting from burning stubbles to sending it for recycling, amid aiming to curb the severe winter pollution that clouds New Delhi each year. Supported by industry groups providing equipment and resources, farmers now bale and transport the stubble to factories where it's processed into biogas, biofertilizer, and cardboard, reducing harmful smoke that traditionally lingers due to slow seasonal sea winds. Although the initiative has begun to lower burning incidents, analysts say awareness and incentives remain limited compared to the scale of the challenge. Some farmers have already launched small factories that convert stubble into marketable products and create local jobs, demonstrating the economic potential of sustainable waste management as northern India, with persistently hazardous air quality. The United States dollar inched higher earlier today as investors positioned themselves ahead of a heavy wave of economic data releases set to clarify the Federal Reserve's December interest rate outlook. Now, the currency strengthened after more than 40 days of limited economic information due to the government shutdown. while traders cautiously assess United States President Donald Trump's reversal of tariffs over 200 food products. Sterling weakened amid uncertainty surrounding the United Kingdom's government's upcoming November 26 budget, as investors reacted to reports indicating no planned increase in income tax rate. Meanwhile, the safe haven Swiss franc eased from a one-month high, and the yen hovered nearly 155 per dollar as markets watch for potential intervention by Japanese authorities. Despite concerns over slowing private sector activity in the United States, traders have scaled back expectations of a December rate cut, pricing in just over 40% probability. Analysts note that the speculative unwinding of long dollar positions has contributed to recent volatility, with this week's non-farm payrolls report expectedly to drive a renewed market direction. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State
from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires, with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil plc. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance. And in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil plc and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power plc. Geregu Power plc became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank plc. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Some people hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, I beg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish tools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cash Craft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You know, here we explore the people, ideas, and movements shaping our continent's future. We bring the trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the business stories differently. I am Umevi Idolor, and of course, Emmanuel Amulu is with me in the studio. Hello, Amulu.
Hello, Umevi. Hello, the viewers. What a very interesting way to start the week, because we had a lot of creatives performed throughout the weekend.
Yes, actually, I will ask you how your weekend was.
I attended a couple of events over the week, and I'm feeling a bit flustered coming to the office and then having to now go back to work again, having stretched out my creative side.
That's good. That's good.
Well, you know, Saturdays are for weddings, so I was at one wedding, and then I love the cultural ambience of it, because it was an Igbo boy getting married to a Yoruba person.
Okay.
So the whole culture was on display from different sides, from the languages, from the kind of music, and I love the fact that we were able to blend.
Yes, and the food. Don't forget that.
Okay, yeah, the food.
Very important.
I'm not going to talk about the food because I ate too much.
Yes, you know, today on Just Africa, we're going to talk so much about creatives, and it is not just something we do alone. Today on Just Africa, we explore how corporate governance can strengthen Africa's creative integrity. The creative sector, from film to fashion, art to digital media, has become one of the continent's most dynamic growth engines. Yet, beneath the success lies a pressing challenge: the lack of governance structures that ensure fairness, transparency, and professionalism. So often, informal management systems lead to disputes, financial mismanagement, and reputational risks that undermine both talent and investors. You know, we've seen where artists and managers, they fight over profits. We've seen people laying claims over the ownership of a creative work, a particular project. And sometimes I begin to ask myself, those people, before they did this job together, were there no contracts? Were there no agreements? Were papers not signed? Why are you coming on social media? Why are you bringing it to the eyes of the public? And you're saying, this person said, it is my job. Another person is making claims on it as well. Is it due to lack of structure, or how do we even go about it?
I remember on this same table, we had a music producer tell us that in this industry, because I mean they're in the music arts, and then he said, in the industry where we are, talent alone is not enough.
Yes.
Right. And then if you come to him with just only the talent and you're not thinking about the business side of it, then he's not ready to converse with you or deal with you. And like I said, the weekend had so much. It was over the weekend that we had, I think somebody shared the band. Very popular the band story, side story, where he said it was Don Jazzy that initiated their split. That, okay, you know what, we need to separate ourselves from this business. And then gave him 100% of his catalog, everything, gave him all the rights. And then where was I having the conversation on the group chat where we were? Somebody now said, but then again, now you have all the rights to your creative ideas and everything. If we compare how you used to be with this brand and now without the brand, who would you say you've been successful generally? So it became an argument But bringing that down here to what we're talking about is, in this creative space, for you to succeed, it is more than your creativity. There are so many things that many of us who are creatives do not understand, and you need to know if you want to grow. And that's why we're having today's conversation, especially our guests to help us break down some of these details. Because I know there are so many information out there, but at the same time, too much information can also be a problem to you if you don't know how to use it.
Exactly. I love the fact that our guest is a legal practitioner who understands the agreement, the paper signing, and all those things. But before we bring him in, we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, you'll meet him. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. Here we do all the beautiful stories. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Please like, share, subscribe, and comment. Make your comments. Then, of course, some of your comments will be read during the live show. Yes, in today's show, we explore how corporate governance can strengthen Africa's creative integrity, building trust, structure, and sustainability in an industry long driven by passion but short on systems. So our guest, Ifeoluwa Tomi, I hope I pronounced that well, Adenuga, a legal practitioner and corporate governance expert at Duke and Bob Manuel, brings a unique perspective at the intersection of law, business, and creativity. Through his work in advising organizations and creative entrepreneurs, he advocates for governance as the backbone of credibility and long-term success. Okay, so what should I call you now? Adenuga or...
I like to call him barrister, but he doesn't like it.
Please don't listen to Emmanuel.
If I just fine.
If I just fine, right? Don't listen to him. Yes, in fact, he's a bone in my throat. I can't meet him. I can't swallow him. I just have to get
content with me.
Yes. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
I was getting to the studio.
It was good. It's a beautiful morning in Lagos. Getting here wasn't hectic, so it's good to be here.
Wow, I like that.
You didn't come with the traffic story, so so Lagos is doing well.
Okay, so let's start from the very beginning. When we say corporate governance, governance, what does that mean for someone who is in the creative industry, not generally now?
Well, I mean, there's no way to talk about corporate governance in the creative industry without talking about it in general sense, right? Corporate governance simply means the set of rules and procedures that bring about transparency and structure to a business, right? Most times when we talk about creativity, we always look at the fluid aspect of things, right? But there's also the business side, right? So when you put in your creativity into a product, right, you need to sell it in the commercial market, right? And that commercial market is the business side, right? So corporate governance in the creative sense is, it just means just procedures, just things that you put in place that bring around transparency and integrity to the product itself.
Do there exist problems that this is supposed to address that you noticed in the system that we have?
Yes, generally, creativity itself, especially in this climate, is not a tangible product, right? Okay. And that is where the first problem lies, because people cannot relate with how to interact with an intangible asset, right? So the first problem will be, how do we get this intangible asset to become a commodity that can be traded, right? So for example, I have a song. A song is not something I can hold. If I say I am a Fela Kuti and I'm passing my song to my estate, right? It is not a physical thing that is being passed to the estate. But where corporate governance comes in is with the administration of these intangible assets in such a way that they are protected, their value is enshrined in the product itself, right? And it can also increase in value. Do you understand?
Yeah. Okay, so Yeah, there are so many pitfalls. You just mentioned only one now, but there are many. So especially in the creative industry. Yeah. But before you talk about that, many artists or maybe producers, movie producers, they tell you that the reason some things happen in the industry is because there is no structure. Yes. Would you agree to that statement, that because there's no structure, people just do things haphazardly? Or
it is true that we've always had a structural problem. As a matter of fact, we have more structure today than we had in the past, right? Okay. And it is still a work in progress. Oh, yeah. So we are still building more infrastructures around our creative industry. Yeah. Even within Nigeria, we have the new Copyright Act, which is also trying to catch up with new media, right? So infrastructure would always be a problem. I think it's a problem of law trying to catch up with invention, right? And the more you have new things, the more you have to create a structure within which those things are implemented. So by and large, I would say infrastructure is an ongoing conversation, right? We have more structure now than we did in the past. In the past, not many people knew how to, in quotes, protect their songs, right? Yeah, but now you could talk to an up-and-coming artist and he may not understand to the full extent, but he knows what a split sheet is, right? He may not know how to get the split sheet. He may not know how to get a director's agreement in place, but he knows that at some point he's going to need those things, right? And, you know, with infrastructure comes a lot of education, a lot of advocacy. So the more people know something, the more they know why they need that thing, you know, the more it is visible or feasible to have that structure in place.
Okay, so before now, like you said, these structures there were not, maybe they were very few or they were not there at all.
Yes.
Back then and now, do you think, or let me put it this way, what were the effects of the absence of those structures on the creative industry back then? And how has it affected or made the present industry, the way the industry is now, how has the current structure boosted especially the economic part of it?
Okay, so I think one of the easiest ways or one of the easiest things to see with regards the impact that structure has done is the growth of the African creative market to the world, right? So for example, now you can see that investors are more willing to come and sign artists in Nigeria, right? But before they come and sign their artists, they want to be sure that you own the rights to the works that they want to clear, right? Even with local arts, right? You see festivals like the ArtX, right? You see African artists, I mean visual artists, they can now take their arts and go and exhibit in other climes. It is because that structure has now given investor confidence to outsiders to come and buy into what we are offering here. So in terms of, and even for the not A-list artists, right, you can now go on platforms like TikTok, right, and make money. You can go on platforms like YouTube and make money, right? So all of that is structure that is now translating into economic gains for us.
Yes, I have more questions, but
how do you convince somebody who sees the presence of all these structures or all these laws per se as limiting his creativity?
I don't think it's a function of convincing. If something is clear, then there's no denial of it. The problem is that usually creatives look at creativity as all that there is, right? But there's no point if you are creating something that you cannot market, right? It's okay if you create something that you don't want to market, but then you cannot cry foul on commercial gains, right? Because you need to understand that there's the creative side and there's the business side. And on the business side, there are rules that guide that terrain. Do you understand? So I think for anybody that is willing to commercialize their works, you are not the first person to do this, right? There has been templates that have been set by people that have gone before us. So it's easier to see that template and say that, you know, if you follow a particular route, you know, there is light at the end of that tunnel. So I don't think a game of convincing, in a sense. Yeah.
Because I do see, I read one man's article where he was talking about Africa still being laid back in terms of selling their creativity, as it were, just in loose terms. He says sometimes because of the exposure that we have or limited information that we have, many people who are far advanced will come, take our product, go refine it, and then give it back to us, and then we still pay for it.
Yeah.
And we are the ones that initiated the thing. For example, he gave the Wakanda movie story, and then he said the guy who inspired it was a Nigerian person, and when the information got to him, like, look, this thing is your brain work from the scratch. And the guy said, let's, you know how we use religion to say, well, everything will work out good, and he was good with that. He says, in that circle, if it was a white man who owned that creative thing, it would have gone like that. So do you think it's an education problem or an information problem that we have that makes us laid back?
Yeah, I mean, I think information is education, right? The more you know more, the more informed you are, right? It is true that there's a deficit of education in this part of the world, especially when it comes to creativity. Like I said, not many people have been able to come around to understand intangible assets, right? It's easier to look at music as just something that you consume. A lot of people still don't see why they need to subscribe to a Spotify to listen to music, right? Or to pay to a Netflix to listen to music, or why they want to go to the cinemas and pay some amount to watch a film, right? So I think it's an education problem. I have people that I have interacted with in the past as well who will tell you that, oh, I've already paid for data. Why do I need to pay for Netflix as well? But they don't know that these are like different services that they are enjoying. So I think it's an education problem. The more educated we become, the more we see the reason why we need to, invest in these things. And the truth is that collectively, when we invest in these things, we increase the value from our own end, right? So if, let's say, for example, I wanted to sell an African art and I valued it today at $500,000, what it does for the next African artist is that he cannot undersell himself, right?
Okay, he has to
even if he wants to undersell himself, it's not going to be, the margin is not going to be far below.
Yes.
Do you understand? He opens his mind to the possibility of what is out there, right? But like I said, it's largely an education problem. I think so.
How early do you think this education should start?
Yeah.
So I think it should start from basic primary school. I think it has to do with the value that you put in creativity, right? I mean, now we see people going into creative industries. They want to be tailors. They want to be fashion designers. They want to do visual art. They want to do digital art, right? In the past, these were not things that had value on them, right? And maybe if we keep on emphasizing the need to put value on these things, we will get to a generation where every other person can recognize that value in them.
I love the fact that he talked about teaching them when they're very young.
Catching them young.
Okay, I think that's actually the word. Over the weekend, I had a conversation with a JSS2 boy who draws.
Yeah.
Very well, very good with a pencil and all that. So we found out that teachers call him to come and draw. Or seniors, they say when they have group work, they call him, could you just help us draw this? And I asked the boy, all days you're doing, do they pay you? And he said no. So they just call you to come and draw. And I said, okay, so when you get to school, tell them that one object will cost them 100 naira. Now, do you know, the elder sister said, our creative CCA, or what do they call it? Our CCA teacher, we just say he's greedy, he's this, he's that. Now, that is a teacher. You just said we should catch them young from primary school. Now, but that is the mindset of a teacher already. How do you correct that mindset? Because to the teacher, that boy is too young to start making money from his creative work? How do you carry that kind of mindset?
So, I mean, it's difficult to say when a work should become valuable, right? And especially for children that are in training, it's maybe money is not the right incentive to, or value proposition at that point in time, right? But on the teacher's part, I remember when I was in secondary school, I was an art student as well, and I was the only student in visual arts. And I had people around me that used to encourage me. In fact, it was to a point where it seemed like I was being pressured to go to the uni to study arts as opposed to law. And so I think that for the teacher, it's a lesson to learn, right? It's a learning opportunity that you don't know, right? It's just like the way content is. You don't know what work is going to translate to something else.
Yes.
And art in itself is very subjective, right?
Sure.
So sometimes you see something, it ministers to you in a different way than it ministers to someone else. So I think that for the teacher, they should be in a place to encourage children. Maybe money is not the value proposition at that point in time.
Yes. Giving grades, maybe better grades.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but I don't think, because there's also a thing about making people money grabbers, and business is not just all about money.
Yes,
it's about value
that's
proposition.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's come back to governance. I picked that question from, since we were talking about education. Yeah. Okay, so coming back to governance, with the current state of the creative industry, do you think the laws or maybe the policies that are governing that body right now, do you think they are strong enough to settle disputes between artists and when it comes to ownership of work? Because every now and then we still see people come online still fighting over ownership. Yet there are governors, there are policies. Is it that the policies are not effective enough, or how?
So it is not that the policies are not effective. I think, again, it goes back to education, right? I think we have laws that, I mean, the law keeps growing, right? But we have laws that are appropriate, that can help people protect their works, and it's for people to do the needful. So, for example, when people want to create, right, it costs nothing to have a physical document that says, oh, you know what, this is what I'm contributing, this is what you're contributing, and this is how we're going to split, whatever comes out of it.
Yes.
But the nature of creatives is they are fluid, right? They like to do things as the spirit leads. And oftentimes, you are my friend, I'm your friend, there's no need for us to have paper between us, And what they don't know is that kind of agreement only holds water until money starts coming in. Right? And when money starts coming in, it now becomes a big problem. And it also comes from, and this is also education, people do not realize that it's a creative business. So as much as there's a creative side, there's a business side, right? And most creatives are not made for the business side. It is good to be educated about the business side, because more often than not, you, the creative, you are the business, right? But then again, you would also be getting people to work on your team that will manage the creative side. So for example, most artists, they have managers, right? The manager is managing the artist's interests, right? The artist should be in a place of knowledge where he knows that if this manager is messing my business up, I need to let him go, right? But he does not need to know all of the technicalities of the business. That's for the manager to do, right? So they also need to have other people in place. For example, from next year now, we have new tax laws. There's no reason why a creative or an artist or someone in the creative line should not have a tax person, right? So these are part of the things and incentives that, on your own, right, you can put in place that puts you in a good standing in the business line. For example, the government sometimes has grants for the creative sector. These are things that the government is going to look at in releasing those funds. They want to look at, okay, whose business is structured in such a way that if we put this money in, they are going to make the best out of it, right? And yeah, those are the things that really matter.
I like the fact that, because this, where you landed is where I wanted to actually ask you the next question from, because how do we build public trust and then creative integrity with this land where you just landed from? Like,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I want to be able to invest my money and be sure that I'm going to be getting value back from it, especially when I'm investing in a creative environment, a creative person, as it were.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about the creative industry is that if you look at it critically, it looks like a very capitalist industry.
Mm-hmm.
So most of the people that are making the money are private individuals,
Yes.
not necessarily the government.
Yeah.
So the most that the government does is the government creates an enabling environment.
Okay.
Right? So for example, the fact that we're not in war is a good thing.
Mhm.
I mean, the fact that we can come to Lagos and do our dirty December,
Yes.
you know, and the government is going to provide police for traffic, you know, and
Yes,
safety
yes.
and all that. That is one thing on the one hand, right? On the other hand, it's for private individuals. So for example, I'm a breakout artist from uni, right? If I'm looking for an investor is looking for how to double his money.
Mhm.
So he's looking for someone that if I'm going to give you this money, you know, you are going to amplify the money. But I need to see your groundwork. I need to see what work you as a person has done,
yes.
right? What's your fan base? What kind of shows are you doing? Do you have like a special audience you're catering for? You know. So I think by and large, the creative market is a capitalist market. It's heavily capitalist. And what the government does is the government just creates an enabling environment for that industry to thrive.
Mm.
Do you understand? So the government gives grants, the government provides infrastructure like land, you know, for event centers and whatnot.
No, these grants you're talking about, you know, some artists tell you that they don't have access to it, to them. So they believe that, yes, some persons or maybe those that are in charge of giving out the grants have a certain way of mismanaging the fund. Because we're talking about trust here. Those people don't even have trust in the government. That the money that is coming out, of course, we hear them. This board or this department is releasing so amount of millions or billions of naira to the creative industry. I don't know if you remember a lady that came and we said the government gives out grants. Even the Nigeria Film and Census Board said they will be disbursing money in phases and all that. And of course, she sparked and was like, no, the money does not get to us. There are certain class of people. Now, even artists, some artists tell you that they don't have access to the grants. So, what do you have to say about that?
So again, I think, first of all, there's a trust deficit, right, with the government. But again, from the government side, as an investor, remember that it's a capitalist industry. So it's a highly profit-oriented industry. If the government is going to put money down in a venture, the government wants to know that this money is secure, right? And most creatives do not run a very secure venture.
Yeah.
So for example, if I ask you about record labels that are structured in Nigeria that you have confidence in, you can probably only mention Maven. Because Maven is the only one that has a structure that has a track record of success, right? The other record labels, you only know the artists, you don't really know the record labels. Do you understand? So I think, again, what the government can do in a creative space or in the creative industry is to create an enabling environment for creatives to thrive, because more often than not, the creatives themselves are the business, right? So for example, an artist is not necessarily, the artwork is not necessarily the business, it's the artist that's the business, because once the artist goes, there's no art. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, I had to use this example. I remember once upon a time, Netflix was literally buying almost all the movies Nigerians were making.
Yeah.
And we didn't even know until I think when they pulled out. And one of the things that made them pull out was because that trust deficit the trust itself started to become more deficit.
Yeah.
Because imagine somebody who you have contracted for a movie, and then before you know it, the first thing the person does is to go and buy a house.
Yeah.
Or the person buys a new car. And when the movie now eventually comes out, it is more like those kind of movies that were shot without a Netflix influence, and they didn't want to be associated with the brand.
Yeah.
Now, the public image has dropped. How do we get it back up? That is the question.
Well, I mean, it's going to take us a lot of work. I mean, this year we saw the Red Circle that was run by Nora Awolowo. So we have people that, you know, they are putting their brains on papers and they are going over and beyond, you know, to do these things. And it's for the government to meet them, you know, at the middle, right? They see the effort, they see the structure, and they will create an enabling environment for that to thrive, right? So I think it's a situation where we need all hands on deck, right? Regardless of where we are coming from, we are no longer just operating in the Nigerian economy. We are operating in the African economy. We are operating in the global economy, right? So we cannot say because the government is not supporting that's the reason why the industry is not thriving.
Yes.
Right? We have other people that are handing us bailouts, and I think we should meet them halfway as well.
Africa has naturally creativity. It comes natural to
Yeah.
us. It's the fact that we seem to not know how to maybe harness. These things, and then we need to know what the problems are, even if it's a handful of them. Because yes, imagine a place where the government has also created an enabling environment, right? And then it's still not growing. I saw a movie from South Africa recently, and then somebody in the house just remarked, South Africa has gone farther than us in Nollywood. And it was because little things like picture quality and all that was so enhanced. Of course, the movie was on Netflix.
I mean, in all fairness, even as far back as the early 2010s, you know, we were traveling to South Africa to do music videos. So
True. So I mean, how do we get to that point? Because look, we're not going to say the government has done enough, but if they're already playing their own part, how can creatives now measure up?
So again, it's a thing of thinking outside the box,
Okay.
right? Look at Davido. Davido is doing a 5 tour in Nigeria.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember of any other person that has done that. I know Lorna did it. But how many of these big exports that we have actually come home
to do
things like that?
Yeah.
Right? It's when you do things like that there's an incentive to grow. Now, Dirty December is becoming a thing.
Yeah.
Right? Dirty December is growing to the level of what you will say an Afro nation is. Right? So it's getting to a point where we may need incentives, policies for, you know, tourism, because we will now have people coming from all over the world just to come to Lagos in December. Was it last year? I know that as at December last year, there were no shortlets.
Oh yes, it's already happening now. It's already happening
right?
now.
So that shows that there's an opportunity to grow, right? And we just need to take hold of the opportunity. The opportunity is before all of us, as private individuals, as companies, as corporations, even the government, right? We just need to take advantage.
Okay, so we want to hear one of your success stories, because from your profile here, it said that you see governors as the backbone. I'm reading it correctly, right? Backbone of credibility and long-term success. So I want to hear one of your success stories. You advising organizations and entrepreneurs on how to go about your work in the creative industry, business and law generally. What is that one success story that you always remember and it inspires you to do more?
This looks like they're playing.
There's so much.
Yeah, so I don't know, because of confidentiality, I may not be able to say it
too much, yeah.
Right, but I'll make a reference to a public instance, right? We remember when Kiss Daniel left his record label, right, and he took his name. Right, and he had to use another name.
Yes, instead of Kiss, I guess it has to do KIZZ.
So what we typically advise other people to do, especially creatives, is create a company that represents you, right? What that does is it gives a separate personality to you, right? So the company that's contracted on your behalf, right, takes all the, the obligations, the liabilities, the incentives. It puts a structure to your business, right? Then trademarks, right? Put that in place as well. It gives you a unique selling point in the market, right? Now, those are ways of protecting yourself as an artist, protecting yourself as a business, right? When you do things like that and investors come, right, it's an easier sell because they don't just see you as someone that's in the market trying to make all the money. They see you as someone that's also protecting your own legacy.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So across board with our clients, we always try to double check on things that we do to ensure that whatever you are doing now, you are not just looking at the gains for today, you are also looking at the gains for the future.
Yeah. So one of our bosses here always want to say, change needs to begin from the mindset. We love saying that, Dr. Tausa.
Yeah, exactly.
So what mindset shift needs to happen right now for us to begin to see this exponential change, positive change in the industry?
So if there's something I always tell people that nothing is free. Right?
Okay.
Nothing is free. And I think that's the thing with creatives. They sometimes expect handouts. They expect that, oh, maybe because I'm talented, this person is going to give me a little bit more. You know, but you literally need to work for everything. And, you know, in terms of, when I say free, like I said, it's not about money. It's a value proposition, right? People can see you. Look at the band. The band, we may not call him a vocalist. We may not call him the best songwriter, but you know he was an entertainer.
Oh, yes.
Right? So even if the band told you that, you know what, if I was coming to, say, a concert in December and I wanted to charge 20 million, right? I know that half the crowd may not know the band's songs. For a lot of people, it may be nostalgia. But I can bank on the fact that the band will get the crowd moving.
Moving, yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's true.
So at the end of the day, I think people need to always have it at the back of their mind that if I'm walking into a conversation, a commercial conversation, a business conversation, and I'm thinking, what can I get from this person? I should also be thinking, what am I offering to this person in terms of value?
Okay, so what are you offering to the person in terms of value is a question that our audience needs to answer. But there are so many questions that we want to ask even after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. The Supreme Court has given Nigerians something to chew, something that will absolutely be constantly on their minds. Since its July 11th, 2024 verdict, which granted autonomy to local governments, the nation has known no rest. Political and legal pundits and other members of the society have said one or two things about the judgment. The debate is raging. Nothing unsettles the minds of politicians in particular than a troubling issue. In today's news talk, I shall be analyzing the views, sentiments, and emotions being displayed by politicians on this issue of local government autonomy in Nigeria. The verdict has caused disgust in their camps. Many of the states with the hidden agenda of their local governments were also dazed and humbled by the judgment. The states had it coming. They had been warned by the same Supreme Court in several past decisions to let the local governments be. In those judgments, the apex court categorically declared that local governments were not appendages of the state. In 4 cases which is cited in its July 11, 2024 landmark judgment, the court recalled saying in Ajunwan versus Governor of Oyo State 2021, Governor of Ekiti State versus Olubunmi in 2017, Eze versus Governor of Abia State and others in 2014, Friday versus Governor of Ondo State in 2022, that the local government is autonomous and should be left alone. In these judgments, the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional, illegal, and of no effect for a local government to be run by a caretaker committee, interim council, administrator, or any other name, agency, or body. It ruled that a democratically elected local government does not exist at the pleasure, whims, and caprices of either the governor or the state House of Assembly. The misconception by the state authorities that the Constitution does not intend to grant and guarantee autonomy to the local government can be described as sheer aggrandizement and the selfish instinct to conquer and make the local governments mere parastatals of the state. It is unthinkable that a democratically elected governor will I back on wholesome, undemocratic tendencies which no doubt endanger democracy and the rule of law. It is also almost becoming a national phenomenon and embarrassment that governors have constituted themselves as special species most dangerous to democracy in the country. Disdainfully disregard, disrespect, and disrupt democratically elected councils and appoint their lackeys as caretaker committees to run the affairs of the councils. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to the current Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, for taking this matter up by filing this suit. The only new thing that the Apex Court did not do in other places was to make a formal declaration on how local government funds should be remitted. The Apex Court did not make the order then because it was not sought. As we all know in law, the court is not a Father Christmas. Contrary to the thinking in many quarters, the local government's autonomy is an all-encompassing issue. It is not only financial, it is political and administrative. The local governments have for long suffered in the hands of governors who treat the council chairman like serfs. The chairman must kowtow to them or be removed from office with ignominy. Local governments may not be known under a federal system like ours in the same way that the federal government and the states are recognized, but they have a constitutional role to play in governance. The states should allow them to play this role. This is what the Supreme Court had been saying in a number of judgments, but the message did not sink well until July 11th, 2024. The clincher or final blow was his bearing of the states from no longer taking custody of the funds of local governments. By that singular action of striking down Section 162B of the Constitution, the Apex Court pulled the rug from under the feet of the states. Up till now, they do not know what has hit them. They are stunned. All the humiliation, suppression, and oppression of local governments have now stopped. The local government council have now been set free. All eyes are on the chairman and their councillors to develop and enhance the dividends of democracy. A lot depends on them for the autonomy of the local government council to be meaningful. They have a chance of a lifetime to live their dreams and make a difference in the lives of people in their council areas. They should not be intimidated by the governors. We also appeal to the governors not to lay mines and obstacles or hurdles on the path of local government councils within their area of jurisdiction as they play their role under the Constitution as an autonomous political institution. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please, you can subscribe at SOUQ News TV. Do well, follow us, subscribe, as I said, comment, and of course, we'll read some of your comments during the live show. We'll be having a robust conversation with Ife Olua. Let me call Ife Olua to me. I like calling people, I love nativeness, I love it. I'm always not being nice. You have to be nice during the show.
We need to acknowledge now that we have a lawyer in the building. It's easy to be a lawyer. Do you know how long it takes to be a lawyer?
How do you feel when you're dealing with stubborn clients like, I will always tell them, don't do this, and they do that, and just as he's doing now.
You know, interestingly, that's how creatives are. They're very stubborn.
Bro, so I don't have to say my CV now. So, Mr. Adeniga, I do know that it's not always easy to get creatives to do the needful. We're talking corporate governance now. Sometimes they'll tell you, oh, I don't need the manager, let me sign some of these things.
Yes.
And then sometimes when they land in trouble, that's when they come to you. How do you deal with such people?
Well, sometimes it doesn't pay for fire to burn you once. You know.
Okay. At least the person should be burnt twice.
Yeah, so as lawyers, it's more expensive to remedy a bad situation.
Yeah.
So sometimes we'll take it, you know. But by and large, what we do with clients most times is we educate them through the process. Like I said, education is very important, right? For most of them, it's not that they are being stubborn. They just don't know. They just don't know. So the moment you explain to them, you teach them, you educate them on why it is necessary, you would realize that some of them will start relying on you more than they go to God. You know, so before they do their next move, they guy, lawyer, sorry, I wanted to run this by you. Is it okay? You know, we have a few of them that's what they do.
Yes.
You know, before they make their next move, they will call you first to run it by you.
Okay.
So it just takes education to get them to that point, to get them from a point of ignorance to actually knowing why it is important.
Yes, so education, that's where mentoring comes in. Do you have some artists that you mentor, you have to teach them or you have to guide them through? Do you have any particular one, or you just wait until someone comes to you?
So, to be honest, we live in a world where almost everybody is a creative, right? I mean, someone is probably somewhere singing a song on TikTok, you know, or
dancing,
YouTube, you know, trying to monetize, you know, whatever it is. So even at the bare minimum, bare level, even with friends and families, when they get their employment contract, sometimes you always advise them, bring it, let me see it. You know, there's no harm in a second eye looking through it.
Yes.
Right. So I think with everyone generally, there's a bit of mentorship.
Yes.
There's a bit of education as well, right? Some clients, they rely on you more than you will have them to do. Right, so that is where education should come in, because if you do a thing for 3, 4, 5 years, there are some questions that I would expect that you wouldn't be asking me, right? But there are also some that they are educated. So, for example, when I receive contracts from clients and they tell me that, oh, I want you to review this thing, the first thing I ask them is, have you gone through it, right? Because I need you to look at it as well. I'm not going to ask you to, you know, act based on your own understanding of the contract. But I need to know that you are looking at what it is you are getting into, right? It is that way that you understand, you know, over time, you know, the importance of what exactly it is that, you know, and, you know, for some people, they will tell you that should be the contract in English language. I want to assure you that it is when you let them go through it and then you explain it to them that they realize the difference in their understanding and your understanding of the agreement. And that is how they learn to value your opinion.
I do like that you won't let this go. Somehow your answers are always leading me to my next question. At Duke and Bob Manuel, of course, they help you where you work. Run us through what other services that you guys do, other than, contract or...
Okay, so generally, we deal with creatives from films to music to comedy to film score producers, but we also do corporate governance as well for small and medium scale businesses.
Okay.
Right. So I always tell people that corporate governance is like the food you give a child, right? When you give birth to a child, the child cannot sit on his own, he can't stand on his own. You know, he needs a lot of mentoring. So corporate governance is that structure that you put to a business that in the long run allows the business to be able to stand on its own. And it's as simple as, you know, basic things like, make sure that every agreement that we do is in writing, right? Make sure that no two people have access to the account. You know, it's as simple as, before you are able to, you know, do transaction within a particular threshold, it must be authorized by so and so person.
This is going to complicated. It's for a small business.
No. So again, necessity is the mother of invention, right? The level of corporate governance does not need to be elaborate, right? I'm sure you've walked into small shops where they will tell you that they don't take cash. Nice transfer. That is a level of corporate governance, because they might have experiences where maybe the person at the sales point was stealing money, and, you know, they are trying to take care of that as well. Do you understand? So corporate governance comes into businesses wherever the business is at, right? It's not some elaborate concept just for big companies.
Because it is sounding like that when you okay, I have to get to my business is just me.
You see, the same way you have Ayra going through documents and moving, is the same way someone from, you know, Ikorodu or Joelegba or Ikeja that is yet to break out should also go through his own agreements, right? The stakes may be different, but it's good practice, because it is what you do when you're at Joelegba that you do when you're at Ikoyi.
Yes. Okay, so first of all, some artists feel that to get a lawyer is expensive. For us to go to what's the name of the for us to go there now, they will start asking us for millions of naira and all that. So how affordable?
You have to make it like...
Yeah, you understand. How affordable can you people go for an artist who is just coming up? The person is trying to protect his intellectual property. And of course, or maybe someone is saying, don't worry, I'm going to give you a car, give you a house, give you... Without understanding the other part of the agreement, and the person wants to come and meet you, Barrister Ife. Can I afford you?
Like you?
Yes.
Not to sound cheap, we are not affordable. However, I think law is a noble profession, right? And more often than not, beyond money, like I said, it's always a discussion of value proposition, right? So you see an artist today, sometimes it's not about the money. Sometimes it could be that the artist is in a transaction that your conscience will not just let you not help that person out of that situation. Do you understand? At other times, it's not what is getting into some transactions as a lawyer. Do you understand? So, again, it's a value proposition, right? When it's just like when doctors meet patients, right? You have the first consultation. You are talking with the client. You are trying to see what they need. You are trying to see what you are offering. You are trying to see if there's a perfect match somewhere, And that's usually how it works, right? So even beyond the money, we first need to have a conversation to know where the person is at, what's the value proposition, and then from there we'll be able to come to, a middle ground.
When an artist comes to you, what is the first thing they come for most of the time? What's that first thing that, okay, I come now, I'm an artist, I need this. They just tell you so many things, but what is that first service that you people always offer to that person?
To be honest, I don't think there is a first thing.
Okay.
I think, again, different people come to us for different things. Yeah. And sometimes when different people come to us, they don't even know what they need. Right? That is why you need that first conversation to be able to find out what exactly they need at that point in time. Yeah. But I think, on the social media, there's been a campaign that always get a lawyer.
Yeah.
Right? So what I know that a lot of up-and-coming artists do is that whenever they see maybe a contract, the first thing they do is, let me get a lawyer. Then they now realize they cannot afford a lawyer. Do you understand?
Yes.
And from my own perspective, more often than not, when I speak to an artist, what I try to look at is, as an artist, where are you going to? Like, what exactly is it that you want?
Yes.
So for example, I don't want to give a shout out. but I will talk about him because just so that he knows that I met Mike Frost when he was performing, right? And I went to meet him, in person. I introduced myself. And luckily for me at that time, and luckily for him also, he was looking for a lawyer because he had a transaction that he wanted to
do.
Yeah. But the reason we went into business was not even because of the transaction he wanted to do. It was because of the conversations that we had, and I knew where he as an artist was going to, and I felt like, okay, this is a journey I want to also be part of, right? So sometimes, like I said, it's about value proposition.
Yes. Yeah. I was going to ask, if you were to paint a picture of what the creative sector in Africa should look like, right? What should be inside it?
So I think that there's no reason why the creative space in Africa should not be on par or even bigger than the one in Europe, right? So, for example, we don't have grand concert centers in Africa, like the O2 Arenas.
Yes.
So we should have like 2 or 3 on the continent where we know that, okay, maybe at this time of this year, there's going to be this show, maybe in Rwanda or Kenya or Nigeria or South Africa, right? The same way people, tickets for Afro Nation for next year already on sale. Do you understand?
Yes.
So we should have things like that in Africa, and all of these things are infrastructure. I know that in Africa we have the AFCTA agreement now, which is also part of the enabling environment. So that people can be able to travel from country to country without, the
visas and stuff.
Yeah, the nuances that come with it. Yeah, so I think that if we can put all of these things in place, right, Africa is a very fertile ground for, you know. And I mean, look at the Grammys now. We have more Africans featuring nominations.
How about we just have ours?
Yes.
No.
I mean, well, we could do that.
That isn't a bad
We could do
idea.
that, you know. But again, there's a lot of work that needs to go into it, right? Not just from the government, from we as a people. Look at, I was at the gym this morning and my friend was telling me that Nigeria is not going to the World Cup. That is sad. But you look at the clout that a country like Nigeria has as a giant of Africa. You look at how much we've put in investment into our sports, and you almost cannot see a future for the sports in this. And it's not a unique story. You can go to maybe 10 or 15 more African countries and almost see the same. You know, Cameroon used to be a very strong African football nation as well. Cote d'Ivoire used to, you know, Ghana is also there, Senegal is there. So you see that it's almost a recurring theme all around Africa. So I think even as private individuals, you know, we need to do more, right? We need to do more, you know, to be able to put the continent where we think that the continent should be.
Do you think in the creative industry, I want to pull you guys away from sports.
Okay.
Back to the show.
It's still part of the creative industry, it's still part of entertainment.
I have to help myself because I know we had that part about sports.
I'm a football fan, so I understand
how passionate that thing can be, right?
I understand everything about it, but sincerely, I don't want to go in that line.
No,
okay, so
a lot of us, yes.
Talking about the music and the movie industry now, there is something you talked about, having arenas or, let's say, centers, could be theater or open space where people can perform during festive seasons like this.
Yes.
Now, let's go back a little to the insecurity aspect of it. Do you think Africa is secured enough? Nigeria is secured enough? Even if the government decides, okay, let's build, like Davido was in was he Akwa Ibom or Cross River the other day?
Yeah.
Because there's the stadium was big enough. But if we decide, okay, we want to build places, arenas like O2 and the likes, do you think the country, the continent is secured enough for our artists to be able to do their tour and for foreign artists to come in?
I think that development drives security. So where you have something that is valuable, you protect it. So even if the government will not protect it, private individuals will protect it.
Yes, I agree. I do.
I think the investors, and it's also part of business decisions.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
It's part of the business. So if you are building an arena, say, $200 million, why would you not be able to protect it?
Yes.
Our national stadiums, are they protected?
Our national stadiums are not
well protected. If that's what you want to hear. But
I
then
mean,
again,
no. So the question is, are they valuable?
Yeah.
Are they valuable? Because the protection follows the value, right? If there's value there, they will protect it. But they've become not valuable. That is why there's no protection for them.
That's why people can go.
What do we need to do? Because
convert them to personal homes.
Don't you? Not even personal homes. Don't you think that some of those places that has been built for sports,
reasons,
since they are not functioning for the purpose for which they were created, can't we convert them to places where we can have concerts, where people can go to and have good music, where artists can go and just say, okay, I'm coming to Lagos, we're performing at the Teslim Balogun Stadium at Surulere. Or you go to somewhere in Delta State and there is a stadium that is not functioning.
Yeah, I mean, we could.
What stops us from doing that?
Nothing, actually, nothing. I mean, the stadium at Onikon, it doubles as an event center as well for, multiple purposes, churches, concerts, whatnot. So I don't think, like I said, it's a value proposition, right? Maybe in the past, people did not think about it. That is why we have our stadiums degrading to the extent that they have. But I'm sure that now, if you have a stadium that is as good as the one at Onikon, right? You could even get private entities that will take up the management for you, right? They will tell you that, you know what, leave the management to us. We will get people to make good use of the, and we will keep managing it. So again, like I said, where there's value, you know, there is the creative sector is no longer local. It is now global. Do you understand? So if the local people will not protect it, investors will come and protect it.
Okay. Okay, so back to corporate governance. Are there policies that are helping the corporate body, the creative industries thrive? Are there, when we say policies, not just paperwork now, policies that are actually working, that have been implemented and they're working, or that can be reviewed, when they're reviewed, they will help boost the economic aspects of the creative industry.
Yes, I mean, again, I'm going to take you back to the paperwork because that's where policy starts from, right? We have the Copyright Act, right? It is very clear in terms of, you know, copyrights, ownerships, you know, things that you can and cannot do or you should not do, right? And I think that the problem that we have is people just following the law, right? A lot of people find it stringent, you know, to do things that are in tandem with the law. Look at the AFCTA. The AFCTA is another move by African countries to aid creativity and across the continent, right? But are people willing to do the work personally or as an organization to also tap into that? So I don't think a majority of why we are not growing as much as we should is as a function of policy. I think it's more of a function of culture that we have not adopted, right? Things that we have collectively and individually not just taken as second nature. Do you understand? Because, for example, if you are a first-rate artist, if you are a breakout artist here, there are a lot of things you probably may not be poised to do. But the moment, say, a Warner or, you know, an RCA comes to the table, you will start looking for paperwork. Yes. You start begging your people, please come and sign, come and clear this one, come and. So it's not that people don't want to do it. It's just that they just feel like they can get away with it here.
Yes.
Okay.
I like the fact that at least from this conversation, anybody who is watching and perhaps wants to delve into it or is already in it has learned one or two things. Because I am not even, we are creatives, but I am not a musician, but I now know there are steps that I need to take if I want to maybe go onto the global stage, even though I'm still in Ikorodu.
Definitely.
For example, I also like the fact that you acknowledge that the policies are there. It's just, maybe we're not just used to it. Or maybe it is too big, the English, and it needs to be broken down.
I don't even think the English is too big.
I mean, at this point, whatever it is, if we had to spell it out in local languages, because some of these things could actually be a problem.
Yeah.
If somebody in the village does not have time to understand so many matrices, but if it's said in their local dialects, perhaps they can also get to understand the intricacies of these things.
Yeah.
But I like the conversation today, and one of the things I want to take back is the space is there.
It is.
You just need to find your own corner so that you can know how to fit in, because you can't be everywhere.
You cannot.
Okay, so what's the final word for the young artists in Ikorodu, Joeleba, and the big guy in
so I'm not going to slice Ikorodu. I also grew up in Ikorodu. So, but I think the take home for everyone in the creative industry is that structure is very, very important. You can barely get help or investment without structure, because whoever is going to invest in you, they want to see what they are investing in, right? And when I say see what they are investing in, they want to see it in a structured manner. They want to see that 2 + 2 is equal to 4, right? Even if it's not gonna times 3 or times 4,
multiply,
right?
Yes.
But they just want to get that assurance that there's a structure in place.
It's easy to track your investments that way.
Yeah.
No, that's a beautiful one. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again, Ifeolu Atomi, for coming on the show. We appreciate your presence. And
this calls the name like it's some and I'll before you call for me again.
And thank you for your insights. I really don't want to answer this young man. And I hope that next time I'll call on you, you'll be available to be on the show.
Yeah, definitely. We are always one of our passionate sports is advocacy.
Yeah.
Because again, like I said, I think I've overflogged education, right? So we like to let people know.
Yeah. Okay.
Information is power.
Information is power. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Yes, Emmanuel.
Yeah.
Today's show.
I mean, like I said, when I'm passing out, I did. If I was a creative in that sense, because we are creatives.
Yes.
Even the way we dress, look at all our beads and everything.
And that's why you're an African.
But I mean, if I was a novice and I had to watch this, I know there are so many things that I need to tick before I become maybe known globally, right? Because sometimes it's those little knowledge or little mistakes that can define you, or damage you. It depends on how you decide to take it. But the truth is, creative right now, we've understood that it is now beyond just my talent. There's now a business side of it that you have to pay attention to, because look, at the end of the day, you want to use what you're doing to be able to take care of yourself in the long run. So I mean, I've learned a lot today, and I like the.
I love the fact that he talked about education, advocacy, information, and all wrapped together. Yeah. The truth is, you cannot just be running after fame without the business aspect of it. So I think our artists, our actors, artists and the likes, so as long as you're in the creative industry, I think it is something that everyone should be looking at. Okay, so you don't feel that your talent is being, or one person is using you to make gains for him or herself. Of course, even the Bible, I'm a Christian, the Bible says that the gift of a man maketh way for him. So your talent should be something that brings you enough money to take care of yourself. Whatever the proceeds are, let it be enough for you. Not at some point you are coming on social media for GoFundMe and the likes. You understand? So it's high time you started working on protecting your intellectual property. Get a lawyer, get someone who can help you. Yes, it's very important.
It's very important right now.
Get a lawyer who will help you, who will guide you through. Before you sign any paper, before you go and sign your death warrants, get a lawyer to help you go through those contracts. They'll guide you through. And like he rightly said, some of these contracts, what they meant to you may be different from what it means to them.
Yes.
Different meaning entirely. So get someone who explains these things to you. Then, of course,
over time, you now become better at making some negotiations.
You understand? So it's a good thing. I think it's a very good show today. So from this conversation with Ifeolu Atomi Adenuga, one message rings clear. Governance is not bureaucracy. It is the language of sustainability. To build a truly global creative economy, Africa must align artistry with accountability and innovation with integrity. And on the aspect of the government must enforce clearer standards. Investors must demand transparency, and creatives must begin to see structure as a form of empowerment. It is not, don't see it as restriction.
No.
That the structures are there to restrict me or prevent me from achieving certain goals. No, it is for empowerment. A very big thank you for joining us on today's show on Just Africa. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Subscribe, like, share, comment, and of course, we'll read some of your comments during the live show. I am Omevi Idolo. See you some other time.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is a need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life. From primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they will tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some, but I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the Upper Benin won't even shake your hands, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing, my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. JD7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but I when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linkers, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like I showed and I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, that you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes, actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will buy me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that now. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world, you understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose ask is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know? It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. They understand. I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education and that. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Sadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chelle going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media, is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry, they made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league, then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here, we are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
In the heart of Africa's growing hospitality landscape, where service and professionalism go hand in hand, the Hotel Managers Conference Africa 2025 unfolded in grand style. Held on the 28th and 29th of June at the Lagos Continental Hotel, the two-day gathering welcomed top hospitality professionals, experts, students, and stakeholders from across the continent. Hosted by Sunday Olubenga Omotayo, the conference was a celebration of growth, excellence, and the power of local talent.
Welcome to Lagos. Welcome to Africa. Welcome to the future of hospitality. In this room, it is strong and brilliance of Africa's hospitality industry. Professionals who have turned challenges into success, created unforgettable guest experiences, achieving measurable growth. You are not here by chance. You are here because you recognize that the hospitality landscape is evolving faster than ever. What worked 5 years ago may be obsolete today. But those in this room don't just keep up with change. You lead. Talk to someone, you lead. This is more than a conference. It's a movement. A movement to raise the standard of African hospitality and prove that we don't just follow global trends. We sit here. Put your hands together for yourself. So, be present. Don't be distracted. I've seen distractions already. Hard questions. The first professor of hotel management and tourism is here. Professor SOUQ walked up to him and said, I asked him hard questions. Dr. Belinda is here. Most is a big name when it comes to hospitality in the world. He's a global player. Hard questions. Build connections. Make at least 10 friends, not old or not new friends from different countries. There in this room. Welcome to Hotel Managers Conference Africa 2025.
Adding to the event's impact was the presence of Femi Wash Limited, whose media subsidiary, SOUQ News Television, served as the official media partner, offering live coverage, red carpet interviews, and podcast sessions that amplified the voices and stories shaping the industry. its high points was a series of insightful keynote sessions that tackled key challenges and emerging trends in hotel management. Professor Wasiu Babalola, SVP Africa at Content Worldwide Hotels, Turkey, and Academia with Atiba University, Oyo State, Nigeria, shared a thought-provoking address. Ahmed Raza, District Director, Nigeria, Radisson Hotel Group, shared insight on hospitality in Africa, driving excellence through local talent, highlighting the importance of investing in indigenous professionals for long-term growth. Dr. Belinda Nwosu, FIH of Lagos Business School, also gave a powerful talk on the future of hospitality, integrating global standards to drive excellence. Other speakers included Dr. Michael Pinda, General Manager of JS Signature Hotel, and Dr. Iyaduni Badebo, Director of Sales and Marketing at Eco Hotels and Suites, who contributed to discussions on hospitality development across the continent.
It's a pleasure to be here. Every one of you in this room, you are a gift. Thank you for the work that you do. A round of applause for yourself. I was reflecting this morning, thinking about how long I've been in the industry. Since 1998. Some of you were not born. And this is just an honor to be here and to see how far this industry has come over the years, over the decades. I'm going to talk about the future of hospitality. The future is already here, like Brenda has told us. But what are we going to do on our own part to be part of that future? Global standards to deliver excellence. These global standards, we need to understand what they are and how they impact us as people and managers. So the first question I want to ask, and I want a response: if your hotel fails, who's to be fired first? I've had some very powerful insights that I want to share with you, because at the end of the day, yes, we want to be global, but we need to look within as well. What is it that needs to change? So some of these insights, we're here, 5 nuggets. One is leadership development. We're going to talk about that. Networks and sponsors. Global currency, very, very important. Personal integrity. The fact that I put it forth doesn't mean it's not the most important. And finally, human flourishing. I will speak about that.
Event has been very good. It's growing every year. It's becoming dynamic, and the one place you have to come to every year to see what's going on, to network, and to help yourselves in your careers. We need to look at the future of our industry, and sustainability is important.
This event is, I would cap it as a storytelling of Nigerian hospitality. Started with various events in different parts of the country, and now it has now metamorphosed into Hotel Managers Conference Africa. So we're here to tell the story of the African hospitality sector. It's been an awesome experience. Sincerely, from yesterday, we had the keynote speaker, Dr. Belinda from Lagos Business School, and she spoke quite a lot, and what actually still triggers in me is team strength and individual strength. And then today we now had Dr. Duni, who from Eco Hotel, Director of Sales and Marketing, and she spoke about storytelling.
My first time was last year, and this is my second time of attending HMC, and I can tell you for free, it's been very insightful. I want a situation whereby the hospitality industry will not be a dump of where anybody can just venture into. I want it to be a place where people that know their onions dive into the system.
Coming here today, I discovered that there is a whole lot to learn, and I've been learning. But what has really amazed me is the fact that Mr. Benga has been able to put this together and to ensure that there is no competition amongst hoteliers, but a synergy, and for people to work together to see that the hospitality business in Nigeria and in Africa is projected to the outside world.
Being here, I think it's a wonderful thing. Hopefully we can expand it to other African countries and just unitedly just bring Africa up.
We're not just here tonight.
Okay.
We are actually the head sponsor.
Nice.
So we didn't just come in first. It was a big one. So we just had to take the bull by the horn.
You want to do this again and again?
Yes, most definitely. HMC has come to stay already, and HMC is actually a big one. So yeah, why not?
The event also marked a significant milestone for students of the Hotel Managers School, who received certificates after completing their training, symbolizing a new generation of skilled professionals ready to shape the industry.
The event has been a very impactful event. It has been a very knowledgeable event. It has been an event that we need to even have it for a week long, to carry on for 1 week, because it has been an event that a lot of things have been taught here, especially when I listened to the presentation of the keynote speaker, somebody like Dr. Belinda. Dr. Belinda talked so much about the hospitality, and she shed more light of some things that we have been neglecting without knowing that that's what has been. So this event has been so much impactful, and we listened to Dr. Panda speak, and it has been so much impactful, and all the speakers for this event, they have shared knowledge.
The 7th edition of Hotel Managers Conference has been remarkable. It's been educating, informative, and transformative. And it's just been a wow. And a big shout out to the organizer, the convener, Mr. Lubwenga Sunday Ombatayo, the veteran consultants.
This is my second time in this event, and I am very, very happy to be here, because here it's an avenue to express and get more experience, especially in the hospitality industry. We believe in growth, and I want to see the hospitality growing from this level to the next level.
So we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn. We've been into hospitality for years, so we know things have been evolving, things have been changing, so we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn.
Why we are both here is because hospitality is a very vast industry. So we see it as something that can improve us on what we are doing on our business, how to relate with people, then to network with the employers of labor, I mean the owners of the hotels, because we give them more work and we do businesses with them. And sincerely, at the conference, I've learned a lot. We've learned a lot, because when we got home, we always do briefing on it. So after the briefing, I saw so many things, and even up till now, we're still learning on it.
Okay, so this is my first time at the conference, and it was honestly a great experience. I am enthusiastic about the numbers. I'm happy about the number of people that want to actually get trained in hospitality, as it's a problem that's actually plaguing the industry. We need to invest more in training, and we need to ensure that people that can't even afford this training have the funding they need to access it.
Rounding off the conference were photo sessions and award presentations, recognizing exceptional individuals and organizations for their contributions to hospitality. The night concluded with a vibrant gala evening where guests, graduates, and industry leaders gathered to celebrate, connect, and look ahead to a more collaborative and innovative future for hospitality in Africa. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
To you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. she will learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learns a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwater Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity. Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Dough has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruit, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3. Get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity, but it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. Yeah? I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6. Think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people, creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
When most Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies, fear is the first response, anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, where the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
ICPC is the police of public agencies. I want to break it down the way you understand it. What we realize is that we police MDAs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it is a known fact that one person cannot stand at attention and start well. For crime or for corruption to be consummated by the public officer, most of the time you find people from the outside, they contact us. They are not public officers, is that not true? I'm aware on the same page. So essentially the ICPC is the police of public agencies. What is really corruption? Can someone attempt? Or do I just go ahead? And do what they want? Which one would you prefer? Okay, let me go ahead. There are that complex term, corruption, has been seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. Corruption aptly refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative, or proxy, which may not necessarily be financial. Anything you do to abuse or to misuse that position of public trust for your own gain and for others is corruption. So, the point I'm saying here is that if we have that at the back of our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies, what about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for purposes of specialization. economic and financial crisis.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption. Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
Was able to address some areas of concerns and also improve our knowledge on things that we actually don't take cognizance of. More importantly, in some situations, the officers or the executive or the head may not necessarily committed any offense. But from your statement today, I would deduct that keeping good record is also as important as not being corrupt. And so this is also things I want some of my colleagues and myself to also learn from. ICPC or EFCC will not be there when we are getting transaction. There's the document we are going to send to them. And so it becomes an important aspect of our work. I hope this will also improve our practice. So thank you. Your statement today has contributed a lot. And we no longer fear ICPC. ICPC is our friend. And I'll show you, we'll keep the channel open.
Speaking with SOUQ News TV, the commissioner reiterated the
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios in the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. A federal government opens application for venture capital grant in equity-free funding to student innovators. And debt management audit records reveal Eurobond accounts for 67% of quarterly external debt servicing. A wave of African central banks moot lower interest rates at final policy meetings of 2025 as inflation pressure eases. Now, Canada's housing market renews strength with national home sales rising by 0.9%, being influenced by central banks' interest rate cuts. And in the world of sports, Nigeria's 2026 FIFA World Cup hopes ends after a 4-3 loss to DR Congo in penalty shootout.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Dough has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity